The Colonel Abroad, a sketch from real life by Anna Cora Mowatt. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Colonel Abroad. A few springs ago, it was impossible to display one's gay attire in Broadway without becoming acquainted with the person of my hero, Augustus Blazon, Esquire. The reader, who may have never rightly caught his name, will recognize him when I call to mind an individual who usually dazzled the public eye with a bright blue or green coat, crimson vest, and a greater quality of jewelry gracing that portion of his breast in which Momus recommended a window, than would have shone to an advantage through one of Tenney's double-sized panes. So exceedingly slender was this gentleman that the cane, with its monkey head, which he invariably carried, bore no slight resemblance to himself, but the material of which nature had stinted him in breadth, she conscientiously returned him in height. He stood some 6'2" in his boots. His pliant form was surmounted by a head in which shape, I might almost say in size, forcibly reminded me of that most insipid fruit, a shaddock. Doubtless some malicious persons would add that the simile might be carried out and a comparison made between the quality of the head and the shaddock's contents, but far be it from me, conversant as I am with Mr. Blazon's own peculiar talents, to be guilty of the detraction. Augustus Blazon, when I first beheld him, was a man seeking his proper sphere in society. This he did not seem likely to find. His father was a shipbuilder, and had left him considerable property, sufficient, it might be supposed, to purchase the entree to that society in which he was calculated to cut a figure. Yet, strange to say, both he and his wealth were then totally unappreciated. He was a very ill-treated person, the butt of waggish young gentlemen, and the bore of fashionable young ladies. It was astonishing with what lack of discernment people of the haut ton declared that his manners were vulgar in the extreme, that he was uneducated, a booby, a bear, and those without daughters even went so far as to declare that his presence, in spite of his money, would be a disgrace to their balls. Augustus endured the horror incident upon this verdict, but one winter, after he became of age, he suddenly disappeared from Broadway, and for a year I entirely lost sight of him. The ensuing autumn I was standing in the gallery of the Louvre, before one of David's most felicitous productions, when my attention was arrested by a person of aspiring stature beside me. His face recalled some face once familiar to my eye, but the long curling hair, in color and shagginess somewhat resembling a setter's, the bushy whiskers and sandy moustache so disguised those diminutive features that I could not recognize to whom they belonged. Upon the gentleman's arm leaned a lady, whose comfortable embonpoint recompensed the eyes for the lanky spareness of her escort. To pronounce the lady's beauty is a delicate point. I leave the reader to judge her attractions. A horseback ride on the Champs-Élysées could alone have given her cheek that exceedingly brilliant bloom. The most celebrated powder in Paris certainly must have assisted in lending those strangely regular teeth. displayed by a perpetual smile, their dazzling whiteness. Nature seldom before clustered such a profusion of glossy black ringlets around a white forehead, or tinted brows so jetty a hue, or vermillioned lips so exquisitely. In the eye alone she had made an error. It was decidedly too small for the lovingly languidness of its expression. As for the lady's age, it might have been considered a compliment to call her actually young. At all events, she was blooming still, had made the best of time, and time returned the compliment, and treated her genteelly. "What a thrilling and beautiful tableau!" softly murmured the lady, pausing before a picture which represented a group of cupids sportively loosening their bows.
"Tolerably executed, quite possible. Not at all remarkable, however," said her critical companion. "Here is a much finer,"
and he pointed out a dark painting, in which the figures were obscured by a shade so deep they were hardly visible.
"Ah, Colonel, you are such a connoisseur. It is dangerous to express opinion before you," sighed the lady. "Well, really, I do pride myself on some taste in these matters. When a man has travelled all over Europe, it is to be expected that he should be a judge of the fine arts. I have no doubt, after a trip to Germany and Italy, you may be as content as myself to pronounce upon them. Bear one thing in mind. Whenever you see a dark, dingy picture, you may be sure it is worthy of praise, certainly by a master. Obscurity is the greatest mark of beauty, but persons must travel to discover these things."
The couple passed on, and I lost sight of them, until we met in the halls of statuary between the extensive gallery. Here I observed that the gentleman induced his companion to pause before every remarkably worn and discolored statue, or decayed relic, pointing out to her their hidden beauties, but hurrying by all the most attractive works of art that were unmarked by this defacing seal of time. Shortly afterwards we were waiting at the entrance of the palace for our voiture de remise, which had driven away, when the colonel and his blooming lady passed us on the steps. They entered an elegant carriage, which drove up to receive them, but before the door was closed, the sprucely liveried footman begged to make Monsieur le Colonel acquainted with a person who had some valuable relics, véritables curiosités, that were really worth Monsieur le Colonel's examinations.
"Relics! Let me see them by all means," enthusiastically exclaimed the colonel. "I am making a collection to take to America. I know well enough when they are genuine. Come here, fellow. Qu'est-ce que avez-vous?"
"Toutes sortes de choses, monsieur, à votre service, tout ce que pouvez désirer," replied the antiquarian Frenchman, opening his large box.
Voyez, je moi,
said the colonel, with the air of a man who knew very well what he was saying, if only he could keep from stammering. "Montrez à monsieur," interpreted the officious footman, putting his own hand into the box. "Monsieur has so much bon goût. Here, monsieur le colonel, is a nail actually taken from the cross. It has been in the possession of some monks hundreds of years. Of course, such a relic is a little expensive. And here is one of Saint Anthony's teeth, and here a bottle of holy water, consecrated by the Pope himself, and here is a vial containing some of the Apostle Peter's tears, and here—" I could not catch the names of the other invaluable contents of the box, but I observed that a number were stowed into the carriage. When the Frenchman was paid, the footman, while he closed the coach door with his right hand, stretched out the left, significantly open, behind him. The dealer in antiques slyly laid a piece of money within it, and the footman, turning around, his mouth twitching with suppressed laughter, gave a glance at the other sufficiently expressive and comical. As the carriage drove off, we were joined by a countryman, who bowed to the colonel and lady as they passed. "My dear S," said I, with an inquisitive haste, "in all the name of all that is original, tell me, who is the individual to whom you bowed?" "Why, surely you have not forgotten him, in spite of all the metamorphosis effected by the salt Atlantic." "Indeed I have. Pray, who is he?" "Has he lost all resemblance to Augustus Blazon of Broadway memory?" "Is it possible? But the lady calls him Colonel." "To be sure, and a colonel he is, without doubt. He had himself made a colonel before he left America on purpose to gain a traveling title." "But the lady, who is she?" "She is a charming widow, Madame de Courtenay, an Englishwoman, it is reported, of immense fortune and of high rank, niece to a lord, I have heard her say. She is passing the winter in Paris, and her business is probably to procure an eligible life partner. Her appartement garni is in the Rue Rivoli, and are as splendid as any in Paris, and you saw her coach just now. Nobody seems to understand how she got into society, but, as I said before, the French are not scrupulous. Colonel Blazon has been paying her attention some time, and she introduces him everywhere. I hear they are now engaged. She believes him worth £10,000 a year, a colonel in the regular army, and his very remarkable escutcheon unblemished and genuine. Indeed, she often expresses a strong desire to make America a permanent residence." "Are your suspicions of the colonel never avowed?" "Oh, of course not. Communicativeness is not the fashion here. Everybody minds his own business, you will soon learn that. It is very possible that both Madame de Courtenay and Colonel Blazon, when they are fairly married, may discover each other to be somewhat different from what they now seem to be, all in due time, but that is entirely their own affair." "Well, no place like Paris for acquiring the real sang-froid. I must have less curiosity before I am possessed of it, I fear." Not too many days after this conversation, my friend joined us one evening at Tortoni's over an ice, and related with real enjoyment, whether it was of the ice or of his own story, I do not pretend to judge, the concluding scene of the colonel's adventures in Paris. Monsieur le Colonel was sitting in the very tasteful boudoir of Madame de Courtenay, a few mornings previous to the one fixed for their anticipated union. Madame, in a very rich velvet robe, was reclining on the graceful car sofa, complacently surveying luxuries around her and making a calculation of those which were wanting, and which the colonel would doubtless supply. The walls of the room were hung, and the table covering, with drawings to which her own name was attached. A number of musical instruments were elegantly scattered about, and on some one of these the colonel was entreating her to play, but the piano, she said, she had relinquished for the harp, after which it sounded harshly on her ear. Unfortunately, several strings of the harp had been broken ever since her acquaintance with the colonel. She could touch the guitar to please him, but her voice was affected by a cold, and the instrument was nothing without a vocal accompaniment. In short, she preferred to hear him read one of the numerous poems addressed to herself, which she had bound in stamped velvet covers to grace her centre table. The colonel was employed in giving voice to the madam's versified praises when a lady and gentleman entered, with whom Madame de Courtenay had but recently become acquainted. They happened to be Americans. The lady saluted Madame, who rose from her reclining position to receive her, looked down at the colonel as though he were not wholly unknown, and seated herself, without any sign of recognition passing between them. The American gentleman, however, whose manners and exterior were decidedly un-Parisian, immediately crossed to the colonel with, "How do you do, Mr. Blazon? So you're in Paris, are you? I heard you cut New York. Stupid place, is it not? The people are so deuced particular, and make society here so much preferable. We arrived ourselves about a fortnight ago. How are your sisters, Mr. Blazon?" "Quite well, I thank you, Mr. Andrews," said the colonel, trying to seem cool, while the hue of his very fingers evinced a superabundance of the caloric. Madame appeared to be discomposed. An ominous pause ensued. It was broken by an unceremonious Mr. Andrews. "Are you going to remain in Paris all winter, Mr. Blazon? I guess it's just the place for you, to pick up acquaintances, go about, feel more at home than actually when one is at home." "I might stay," said the colonel, glancing at the alarmed countenance of Madame. Then, suddenly gaining courage, he began to talk with great fluency, threw open Madame's portfolio for the inspection of the visitors, and effectually monopolized all the conversation. "For heaven's sake, Colonel," whispered Madame de Courtenay, "why does that gentleman call you Mr. Blazon?" "I'll tell you, my dear madam," said the colonel confidentially. "It's really a misfortune. He is the most absent man in the world, never knows what he's saying, and has the worst memory. Yes, he cannot bear to be corrected, therefore it is better to take no notice of him." "Mr. Blazon," said Mr. Andrews, "I suppose you find all the balls here quite as splendid as the assemblies in New York, for which we have such difficulty in getting our $10 tickets, don't you?" "Really, Mr. Andrews, you must be thinking of some other person. To what assemblies do you allude? Dear me," he continued, drawing forth with an air of expressement, "how time flies! I am very sorry, madam. I have an engagement at this hour which calls me from you. I will fulfill it, and with your permission return in time to accompany you to the Bois de Boulogne. Good morning." After the colonel left, Madame's regret at his absence must have affected her conversational powers, for she spoke with an obvious effort. With her visitors she was but slightly acquainted, and felt a natural delicacy in introducing the subject uppermost in her thoughts. At last, when the lady rose to leave, Madame de Courtenay, fearing the opportunity for inquiry might not be again offered, demanded rather abruptly, "Were you acquainted with Colonel Blazon in America? The gentleman who just left the apartment, I presume you mean, madame?" "No," and there was a slight expression of haughtiness in the lady's tone. "He is not among the number of my acquaintance." "The colonel is a friend of yours, sir," persisted Madame de Courtenay. "The colonel? What colonel? Colonel who, ma'am?" "Colonel Blazon, who just left the room." "I knew a Mr. Augustus Blazon in New York, but I never heard of him being a colonel before." "Oh, sir, but he said your memory was so treacherous. You, madame, may not be acquainted with him, but you have heard of him?" "I have, madam, frequently." "And he is a colonel, then? I knew it was a mistake." "Yes, I certainly believe him to be a colonel. I presume that you are aware of the existence of the militia?" and that in America a man from almost any class of the community may become a militia colonel or even a general. Mr. Blazon is a colonel, doubtless, but it is a militia colonel. Is it possible? What will become of me? I am bewildered. My dear madam, will you open that door, sir? Camilla! My sal volatile. This room is so close. Pray, who is this gentleman, then? A very good fellow in his way, replied Andrews. Only considered rather soft for a Yankee, but I guess he does well enough here. His father has built many a good ship, and he is his son. That's who he is. But you will excuse me, said Madame de Courtenay, with a manner of a drowning person catching at a straw. He is very wealthy, worth 10,000 pounds a year, is he not? 10,000 pounds? We do not calculate by the pounds in our country, replied the lady. I suppose Mr. Blazon, for he is rich. Rich? He is really rich, then? And the sal volatile became suddenly efficacious, for the lady obviously revived. Yes, quite well off. His property yields him from $2,000 to $3,000 a year. $3,000? Merciful powers, that would not support such an establishment as this in 3 months. Camilla! Excuse me, I am ill. A sudden pain. And Madame de Courtenay sank on the sofa and hid her face with her handkerchief. Her visitors, observing themselves decidedly de trop, wished her a speedy relief, and left her to the consoling care of her pretty femme de chambre, Camilla. I am ruined, Camilla, sobbed the afflicted widow. The Colonel Blazon, is a militia colonel. Tinkers and tailors can be militia colonels. His father's a shipbuilder, and the wretch, he is only worth $3,000 a year, not 10,000 pounds. We shall never see America at all. What a horrid place it must be. Everything will be discovered here. We shall have to leave Paris and hide ourselves in Cheltenham. The little my poor husband left me is just. Hush, dear madame, said the maid. Here comes the colonel. The colonel entered hastily. What ails you, dearest lady? Said he, with unaffected anxiety. Speak to me, look at me. And the gentleman tremblingly knelt beside the sofa, on which the fair sufferer was lying, supported by her confidential grisette. Speak to you? Look at you, sir, said the lady, uncovering her distorted countenance. How you have deceived me, betrayed me! Prenez garde, madame, do not toss your head so, prudently whispered Camilla. Those clasp of pugnons are so bad, they have let your hair slip all on one side. I deceive you? I, fairest of created beings, said the colonel devotedly. I would rather lose my life. Can you believe anything that vulgar fellow Andrews could say, a plague on his absent-mindedness? I shall send him a challenge tomorrow. Will that make you a colonel or a man of honor, either, Blazon? Oh, I am too wretched. Madame, dear madame, again whispered the maid. You forget yourself in your excitement. Pray, do not weep, madame. Your cheeks will be all marked. Your toilette is frightfully abîmée. Listen to me, my dear madame. I assure you that whatever Andrews might have said was out of spite. Should anything shake your tender confidence in me after the promise you have given, you said this little white hand. Do not touch me, perfidious man. Oh, I am ruined. What will become of me? Perfectly regardless or unconscious of the colonel's presence, the lady raved on. I shall be turned out of these elegant apartments, and my coach, my saddle horses, my box at the opera. Camilla,
Do you suppose they put women in prison for debt in this barbarous country? What shall I do?"
The colonel sprang from his knees as though a thunderbolt had burst near him. He looked at the weeping fair one with unutterable horror depicted on his countenance. "Kelsey, Madame is a little out of her head, Monsieur le Colonel. She does not know what she is saying. Ce diable de la Vermillon, how it got off her lips." The colonel, for a moment or two, was incapable of motion. When animation was restored, he turned around, seized his hat, caught hold of the door-handle, clenching it as though he was afraid of being forcibly detained, flung open the door with an ejaculation of "What an escape!" and vanished. The footman, who met him racing down the stairs, told Camilla that Monsieur le Colonel rubbed his hands exultingly as he ran, and that he heard him repeating to himself, "What an escape! What an escape! That Andrews is the best friend I ever had in my life." After half a year's sojourn in Paris, we returned to America. The colonel had sailed for New York immediately after his denouement with the charming widow, and as I felt the interest in him which every student of human nature takes in the fate of a decided character, I questioned a friend as to his farther history. "Do you mean Colonel Blazon, as he is now generally called, though he seems to have got his title abroad?" "The Traveller," was her reply. "He is in New York, and a great personage here, I assure you. You may see him any day on Broadway, with his elegant span of horses, driving his liveried footmen about. He has created a great sensation since his return. He is quite the rage, is received in first society, and is the avowed pet of all mammas. His reception abroad must have been exceeding flattering. His adventures are in everybody's mouth. The people are running crazy about his paintings and statues, and relics and curiosities. I don't know much about it, but they say his collection is invaluable." End of The Colonel Abroad by Anna Cora Mowatt. Recorded by Kelly Taylor. The Coquette by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Kelly S. Taylor. The Coquette. The admired of many eyes and the beloved of numberless hearts, male ones, be it understood, for women are strangely chary in bestowing affection upon her, is Amanda Littleton. See how regally she stands, begirt by her worshipping subjects. How the ballroom moths that float around her sun themselves in the light of her liberally dispensed smiles. Bright as the sun her eyes the gazers strike, but, like the sun, they shine on all alike. As a juggler plays with his glittering balls, she is skilfully sporting with all those hearts, keeping them flying around her, yet attracted to her, powerless to break the charmed circle. But the artillery with which she conquers is so light that it seems cowardice to fly its graceful battery. The arts by which she snares are so subtle that the wisest of her train can neither analyze nor withstand them. The favors that she tosses as rewards to this or that suppliant are so harmless, so equally distributed, that none dare chide her prodigality. 'Tis but a languishing look she bestows on that adorer, a triumphant smile on this, that tender sigh is for another, something very like a blush is the guerdon of a fourth, who is pouring soft flattery into her ear, but even while she listens to his praises, her eyes are wandering afar, and she arches her slender throat and glances over her snowy shoulder. The lodestone of that look attracts another admirer to her side, and the glance is repeated again and again with victorious result. An indefinable instinct, the fifth sense, which belongs to coquetry, invariably warns her whenever a possible captive comes within reach of her enthrallment. What wondrous power lies concealed within the witching depths of those eyes of hers! We have watched their play, while her dewy lips mutely kissed each other, and the most impassioned words would have been less eloquent than the unspoken language telegraphed from those human windows. Now they are uplifted and saint-like expression, now musingly half-closed, now the clear orbs dance and flash, now gaze dreamily through liquid luster, suddenly sweeping lashes drop in confusion over the blooming cheek, then are rapidly raised in glad surprise. No need of utterance to convey her real or simulated emotions, with such eyes to say more than lips could fitly syllable. But do not imagine that she is always thus silent. Far from it. Her voice imparts charm to the various persiflage by the rare faculty of attuning itself to the mood of the hearer. At one moment her tones are full of melting sweetness, at another ringing with mirth, again gravely subdued, or breaking forth into gush of silvery but never loud laughter. And now and then, as she speaks, her aromatic breath touches the cheek that bows towards her, and sets the listener's pulse throbbing in rapturous tumult. The very rustling of her dress, as it sweeps along, has an alarum that cries, "Follow!" and truly a motley procession follows at the signal. The modern Alcesthenes walks arm in arm with the high priest of science. The laureled hero and the head with cap and bells loom out side by side. The Solon of the bench hobbles to keep pace with the springy step of the brainless exquisite. Have we conveyed the impression that Amanda owes her fascination to the fatal gift of superlative beauty? That is an error. Strictly handsome she can scarcely be called, but she is so piquantly, picturesquely irresistible in face and form and mien and ways that the faultless beauty, who aspires to be a rival in her absence, flies the field. In the instant that Amanda appears, her supremacy lies in a kind of bewildering witchery, which makes itself felt in the very opening and shutting of her fan, the motion of her delicate hand, the transient peeping of her small foot from beneath her ample drapery, the heaving of her alabaster breast, aye, the very rebellion of that tiny curl which invariably breaks the bondage of those glossy braids. Too suggestive of liberty is that recreant love-lock, which jeweled fingers are constantly thrusting back, or which a toss of the Phidian head sets quivering along with the red rose imprisoned in her soft tresses, and the long spray, tipped with an opening bud that roams caressingly down her white shoulders. But there is no disorder about her toilette, save that which is apparent in the straying of the escaped ringlet, which brings to mind Pope's declaration that man's imperial race are snared by the fair tresses that beauty draws by a single hair, and recalls what some bard has sung about lovers being entangled in the meshes of Phileus's locks. Did we venture to use the word disorder in relations to Amanda's toilette? That expression was singularly inappropriate, for she is attired with such exquisite, elaborate care that one might imagine there was no leisure in her day for any other employment other than arraying of her fair person, not time even for thanks to him who fashioned the loveliness she delights to deck. Or else we might fancy that she had revived the custom of those courtly belles in days of yore, whose toilettes and devotions progressed at the same moment, who worshipped the idol reflected in their mirrors, and their gods together, who gave audience at once to the chaplain and the hairdresser, and joined in the prayers read by the former, while the skilful fingers of the latter twinned the long ringlets braided in the shining tresses, or laced the broidered bodice over the unsanctified heart. But if Amanda pleads not guilty to this grave charge, and is virtuously indignant at the comparison to those historic dames, those Helens of a laxer age, we must venture to assure her that there are other respects in which she bears them too strong a resemblance for denial. Like them, she is somewhat too generous in the revealing of her charms. Like them, she will listen unreprovingly to words too bold, and grant too much to man's entreaty. But she is prudent withal. She always pauses, self-possessed and immovable, on the verge of an indiscretion, and for it is not the compulsive ardor of a sensuous nature, but a cold, calculating barter for admiration that urges her to the brink of danger. But when some true heart, wholly subdued by her spells, some honorable wooer, thinks he has noted those weather signs of love which prognosticate a happy suit, and the hour comes for him to ask that question which is the highest tribute he can pay to womanhood, how is Amanda moved by the invitation to walk the long path by his side? Where is the bashful tremor that runs through a responsive heart? Where is the mantling veil of rose that seeks to enshroud the innocent face from a lover's gaze? Where is the downcast look of maidenly confusion, the stifled breath that with this strange new joy should choke her utterance, or turn her words into sobs? True, a flush is on her cheek, but it is the excellent flag uplifted at victory. The snowy lid falls over the eye, but it is to hide the glance of triumph. The voice has a faltering cadence, but it is not the accent of womanly agitation. Amanda feigns a most charming surprise at this unexpected declaration. She murmurs some incoherent platitudes about friendship, chides herself for the hardness of her heart, and is zealous with honeyed words to pluck out the sting from her rejection, that she may not wholly lose one of her train. Thus, year after year, she plays her game with consummate tact and unflagging spirit, and daily counts the hearts she has won as religiously as a devotee tells the beads of her rosary. Strange to say, the French bullion of Amanda's attraction has brighter glitter than the true gold of purer graces, and she holds her empire longer than many a lovelier, worthier contemporary. 2 or 3 generations of lesser belles fade around her before time lays a destroying finger on her matriculous charms. Even he, the remorseless, is kept at bay by her witchcraft. But, in the end, the law of compensation will not suffer violence. We dare to predict that the retribution of one of 2 equally deplorable fates is awaiting the conquering Amanda. Either she will miss the love of the only man whose affection she could have returned, and will spend her desolate and uncomforted age in mourning over the vanished triumphs which were her sole happiness, but which can never return, or else, just as she suspects that her light is beginning to wane, she will allow the most abject of her admirers, after numerous petitions, to swear himself her slave for life. But when he humbly encircles her taper finger with the golden round, the twain will change places. All the chains with which Amanda has manacled others will seem gathered together, and their weight heaped upon her own spirit. All the arrows she has sped will fly back and transfix her own heart. She will find the slave of yore transformed into the most unsparing of tyrants, and the dethroned sovereign will hopelessly sink into the humblest, dullest, and most dejective of captives. Hearken, fair Amanda, and be warned. Surrender at discretion. Lay down thine arms at the feet of some worthy suitor. Yield thyself up trustingly to his mercy, and escape either destiny predicted. End of The Coquette by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. Read by Kelly Taylor.
The Doctor by Pu Song Ling. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The Doctor. A certain poor man, named Chang, who lived at Ai, fell in one day with a Taoist priest. The latter was highly skilled in the science of physiognomy, and after looking at Chang's features, said to him, "You would make your fortune as a doctor." "Alas," replied Chang, "I can barely read and write. How then could I follow such a calling as that?" "And where you simple fellow?" asked the priest. "Is the necessity for a doctor to be a scholar? You just try, that's all." Thereupon Chang returned home, and being very poor, he simply collected a few of the commonest prescriptions and set up a small stall with a handful of fish's teeth and some dry honeycomb from a wasp's nest, hoping thus to earn by his tongue enough to keep body and soul together, to which, however, no one paid any particular attention. Now it chanced that just as the governor of Ching Chow was suffering from a bad cough, and had given orders to his subordinates to send to him the most skilful doctors in their respective districts, and the magistrate of Ai, which was an out-of-the-way mountainous district, being unable to lay his hands on any one whom he could send in, gave orders to the beadle to do the best he could under the circumstances. Accordingly Chang was nominated by the people, and the magistrate put his name down to go in to the governor. When Chang heard of his appointment, he happened to be suffering himself from a bad attack of bronchitis, which he was quite unable to cure, and he begged therefore to be excused. But the magistrate would not hear of this, and forwarded him at once in charge of some constables. While crossing the hills, he became very thirsty, and went into a village to ask for a drink of water. But water there was worth its weight in jade, and no one would give him any. By and by he saw an old woman washing a quantity of vegetables in a scanty supply of water, which was, consequently, very thick and muddy, and being unable to bear his thirst any longer, he obtained this and drank it up. Shortly afterwards he found that his cough was quite cured, and then it occurred to him that he had hit upon a capital remedy. When he reached the city, he learned that a great many doctors had already tried their hand upon the patient, but without success. So asking for a private room in which to prepare his medicines, he obtained from the town some bunches of bishopwort, and proceeded to wash them as the old woman had done. Then he took the dirty water and gave a dose of it to the governor, who was immediately and permanently relieved. The patient was overjoyed, and besides making Chang a handsome present, gave him a certificate written in golden characters, in consequence of which his fame spread far and wide. And of the numerous cases he subsequently undertook, in not a single instance did he fail to effect a cure. One day, however, a patient came to him, complaining of a violent chill, and Chang, who happened to be tipsy at the time, treated him by mistake for remittent fever. When he got sober, he became aware of what he had done, but he said nothing to anybody about it, and 3 days afterwards the same patient waited upon him with all kinds of presents to thank him for a rapid recovery. Such cases as this were by no means rare to him, and soon he got so rich that he could not attend when summoned to visit a sick person, unless the summons was accompanied by a heavy fee and a comfortable chair to ride in. End of The Doctor by Pu Songling.
Ennui and Its Antidote by Anna Cora Mowatt. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The waste of idleness, whose very languor is a punishment heavier than the active souls can feel or guess. Wordsworth. Chapter 1. Ah, it's a dull world, a dull world. Hamlet was right, flat, stale, and unprofitable. Flat as the jokes of a pernicious punster, stale as the manoeuvres of women, and as unprofitable as a newspaper or a lecture. Frederick Faulkner, as he drawled out the last word, let fall the pamphlet which he had been endeavoring to read, and stretched himself out at full length on one of the luxurious settees in the ladies' parlor at the Astor. With his arms beneath his head and his eyes half shut, he lay for some time, gazing wearily at the different articles of furniture, wondering why people gave themselves to the troubles to construct them, and at intervals expanding his finely shaped mouth to the utmost dimensions by a long but silent yawn. The drawing-room was vacant, for at that hour in the morning the ladies busied themselves in their own apartments, and the idlers of the other sex found greater attractions in the smoking and reading rooms. It was therefore some time before the tediousness of Faulkner's meditations were disturbed. At length the door opened, but he did not trouble himself to alter his recumbent posture, nor had he sufficient energy to start at the possibility of a feminine intruder. "Halloa, Fred!" exclaimed Frank Gaylord with a laugh. "Is that you? Are you asleep?" "Asleep? I wish I was," half sighed, half yawned Faulkner. "Asleep? Sleep is too great a luxury for a fellow is tired to death of all the world, and himself into the bargain." "Thank you for the implied compliment," returned Gaylord. "The world is much obliged to you, so is your humble servant." "It's the first time, then, I ever put the world under obligation," replied Faulkner listlessly. "Perhaps that is the very reason you are so desperately disgusted with it. A man generally takes interest in his debtors, you know." Another long yawn, accompanied by an elongation of his well-dressed limbs, was Faulkner's only reply. Gaylord was one of those happy beings who carries about a heart as light as his purse, exemplifying the proverb that the absence of weight in one counterbalances the ill effects of emptiness in the other. Full of projects, of activity, of hope, kindly in his feelings, almost undiscriminating in his affections, He never gave offence and was never offended. Consequently, the loud, light laugh which broke from his lips as he contemplated the prostrate ennui awoke no unpleasant emotions. "Glad you're amused," said Faulkner, turning on his side. "That's generous of you, my dear fellow, to find happiness in affording others what you cannot enjoy yourself. But let us know, Fred, what unexpected misfortune has tumbled you into the slough of despond?" questioned Gaylord. "Never had a misfortune in my life." "What ails you, then? You don't look like a dyspeptic. You are not encumbered with a scolding wife. Report says you are worth 10,000 a year." "And 10,000 blue devils to heighten its enjoyment. Dyspepsia would be something to think about, and a scolding wife one awake. I'm dying of a stupor, occasioned by the absence of sensations." "Why do you not travel?" "Oh, I've traveled, been jolted in every stage-coach, shaken in every rail-car, and cribbed up in every steamboat in Europe. Did me no good. Men and women, hills and mountains, lakes and rivers, herbs and trees, same all over. Come, there is another panacea for ennui. Matrimony. Why do you not get married? To some woman who thinks 10,000 a year sufficient inducement to permit me to encircle her finger with a ring and hang a chain upon my own inclinations. A rich man has not the privilege of marrying a wife. He can only expect to play the husband to a mercenary woman. That occupation is not to my taste. Nor, upon my word, does any other occupation seem to be. I beg your pardon, my dear Fred, but why do you not employ yourself?" "Oh, I've tried it. Tried to drink, gave me a headache. Preferred not to make a beast of myself. Tried to smoke, made me qualmish. Preferred not smelling like an old pipe. Tried to gamble. No fun in losing. Tried everything. It's no go. Haven't a pulse for enjoyment. Don't know what to do with myself. Tiresome world." He concluded his sentence with a succession of yawns, and stretching out his arm for an additional cushion which he placed beneath his head, laid himself on his back, with his mouth half open and his eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Gaylord turned away, for he found the yawns contagious, and was about to leave the room. Just as he reached the door, he looked back and said, "By the way, Fred, they tell me you have a lawsuit pending. Why don't you amuse yourself with looking after that? Who is likely to win?" "Don't know, don't care. If old Scrape-all gets it, I shan't be worth a copper. Can't help it. Don't believe he will. Don't care if he does." "There will be plenty of anxious mammas and marriageable daughters to care, I warrant," resumed Gaylord. "But I'm afraid that your prospects of winning are too good for you to break the fair ones' hearts by anything but your indifference. So adieu. I wish you a happy deliverance from your cerulean enemies." And Frank Gaylord made a sudden exit, for he perceived his friend's mouth slowly enlarging itself with another protracted yawn, and his own began to give tokens of sympathetic force of example. Faulkner lay a while longer, and after turning repeatedly from side to side and finding all positions equally uncomfortable, he languidly arose to his feet. The mirror, directly in front of him, reflected his attractive person. He walked slowly towards it, passed his finger through his dark and waving hair, contemplated for a moment his regular but inanimate features, and drawled out, "Wish I wasn't such a good-looking fellow. Wish I'd been squint-eyed or lame or hunchbacked. Then I'd have something to think about." With this extraordinary regret, he turned away, paced the room once or twice, looked out of the window, first at the gloomy sky above, and then at the peripatetic umbrellas which jostled one another beneath. "I'll take a walk," he suddenly exclaimed, with a kind of energy which resembled the desperate flickering of a candle just before it expires in the socket. "Mackintosh, India rubber shoes, can't get wet, Don't care if I do." He was soon prepared for his promenade, and slowly descended the steps of the Astor, spreading his umbrella as he gave vent to his favorite ejaculation of "Tiresome world! Oh, very!" It was a day in March, and the air was getting cutting as the breath of scandal. The rain fell, was fine but penetrating, and the rain that darkly carpeted the paving stones rendered the walking slippery and difficult. Faulkner sauntered, or rather slid, down Broadway, not from any particular choice, but because his face happened to be turned in that direction when he issued from the hotel. The friends he met were hurrying along, intent on seeking shelter, when his slow pace plainly bespoke that the object of his walk was to find refuge from ennui, and its goal any which chance might offer. "Give us a penny, please," was the first sound that saluted his ears at one of the crossings, and two little hands were stretched out within the circumference of his umbrella. He looked down and saw a couple of ragged children, each with a wet broom in one hand, while the other was extended supplicatingly towards him. As a sort of diversion for himself, rather than with any defined desire of being charitable, he thrust his fingers into his waistcoat pocket and drew forth a 2-shilling piece. Just as he placed it in the hand of the elderly petitioner, his eye fell upon a third little girl who stood near the others. She was busily sweeping the crossing, and though she did not stretch forth her hand, she looked up at his face with a half-timid, half-imploring look, and then pertinaciously plied her broom. "Divide it amongst you. Give that little girl some," exclaimed Faulkner as he passed on. After walking a few paces farther, he turned back to take one more look at the little street sweeps. The two that had addressed him were evidently quarreling about the alms which he had bestowed. The third little girl stood leaning upon her broom, anxiously regarding them, but without taking part in the dispute. Faulkner had an eye for the beautiful under all its guises and disguises, and he could not help remarking the almost inappropriate grace of the little girl's attitude. Her form, too, was remarkably slender, and mean as was her garment, there was an air of taste in its arrangement. The folded red shawl crossed over her expanding bosom and knotted behind displayed the delicate roundness of her waist. The striped skirt, cut so short that it escaped all contact with the mud, exposed to view a pair of small and well-turned ankles. The shoes, but those were large, badly shaped, and much worn, and if the feet within them corresponded to the ankles, the shoemaker had done himself no credit. Then the little blue hood, tied so closely over the pale face. The pallor of that face reminded him of the sorrowful expression of the large dark eyes that were for a moment turned to his. Faulkner walked slowly on, pondering upon the misery of street sweepers in general, and of this little trio in particular. One of his habitual yawns, which at that moment surprised him, made him come to the conclusion that after all they were not to be pitied as much as himself, and once or twice more exclaiming, "Tiresome world, tiresome world," he turned to retrace his steps, with the intent perhaps of again wooing Morpheus upon the comfortable lounges at the Astor. Once more he approached the crossing where the three little girls were stationed. Two of them were just starting in pursuit of a fat, good-natured looking gentleman, who seemed half disposed to listen to their prayers. The third, the one who had temporarily excited his interest, was still industriously sweeping away the mud, although her ungloved and purpled hands seemed almost too cold to grasp her broom. At the sound of his steps she raised her head, apparently recognized Faulkner, for the ashy hue of her cheek gave way to a slight flush. Then, with even quicker movements, resumed her occupation. "Here, little girl," said Faulkner, yielding to a sudden impulse of generosity, "take this," and he placed in her half-frozen hand a gold piece worth $2.50. The child, for she was scarcely more, gave one bewildered look at the gold, convulsively closed her fingers upon it, and with a cry of joy, which was almost wild in its sound, darted down the nearest street. Her broom, which she still grasped, trailed after her without impeding her progress. The strings of her little blue hood loosened, and it fell to the ground, but she did not pause to recover it. Faulkner caught but one glimpse of the brown hair that curled in close round rings about her head, and she had disappeared. For several moments he stood gazing abstractly at the corner round which she vanished. The inquisitive glances of passers-by recalled him to a sense of the ridiculousness of his situation. With a quicker step he returned to the Astor and sought the ladies' parlor, but he no longer felt any inclination to throw himself upon the settee, for his eyes had lost their heaviness, and his limbs partook of the activity of his mind. He walked about with rapid steps, that pale, thin face ever and anon rising before him, and the strange cry that had burst from the little girl's lips ringing in his ear. And then he pictured to himself the relief, or at least the pleasure, which his accidental donation had afforded this unfortunate child, and wondered if her pale cheeks were not at that moment flushed, and her eyes bright, and congratulated himself as the author of the unwonted hue and happy lustre. At least I have purchased myself a sensation, cheap at $2.50, and I do believe I have not yawned these 3 hours. As he uttered these words, the dinner bell disrupted his reverie, and he hastened down with unusual accompaniment of an appetite. Before night, however, he had almost forgotten the little street sweep, and his ennui returned with redoubled violence. Chapter 2. In the basement of a house situated in one of the most obscure parts of the city sat an old and decrepit man bending over a small table. Everything about him bespoke the most abject poverty. In his trembling hands he held a pen, and before him lay a paper which, strange to say, bore strong resemblance to a will. He was in the act of signing it, and 2 females stood beside him, evidently as witnesses. He scarcely made one stroke with the pen before a violent fit of coughing interrupted his labors. Completely exhausted, he laid back in his chair, and the elder of the women advanced to support his head, but at the same time gave utterance to an exclamation of petulant disappointment. "You shall have it all when I am gone, but that won't be yet all. Lucy shall never see the color of my gold. Never fear, never fear. I say you shall have it all." "You're better now. Come, sign, sign," answered the woman, forcing her harsh voice to imitate the tone of kindness. "Your signature is wanting."
Never fear, plenty of time. I'm not going yet." Another violent fit of coughing seemed to contradict his words. The repulsive countenance of the elder woman was distorted by mingled vexation and dread. She evidently exerted an all-powerful influence over the old man, and yet, though shattered by disease and the influence of evil passions, though sinking prematurely into his dotage, his ruling love, avarice, was stronger even than her fierce and despotic will. "It's mine. The money's mine. Abby, you shall have it when I'm below ground, but it's all mine yet. And there's more coming to it. More. Never fear."
Abby replied by placing the pen in his hand and whispering,
"Yes, more. But sign, or it will be Lucy's one day. Come, your name. Hiram Scrapeall. It's soon written."
As she spoke, she placed her own hand upon the one that held the pen and commenced grinding the fingers over the paper. A knock at the outer door, a low and timid knock, made the old man start up and drop the pen, for he was weak and nervous.
"What's that, Abby? What's that?" he demanded, trembling.
"Go and see," said Abby Conklin to the daughter, "but do not admit anybody."
The young girl, for though so old in appearance, so withered by care, and worn by calculation, she had numbered but few years, gave a warning look to her mother, and left the room. A few moments afterwards a beseeching voice was heard in the entry.
"Let me see him. I must. I will."
With a sudden movement, darting by the person who was attempting to prevent her entrance, a girl some 14 or 15 years of age rushed into the room. Mrs. Conklin seized her rudely by the arm, but she broke loose, and with one bound stood beside the old man, who was groaning and shaking in his chair.
"Who is it? Who is it?" he gasped out,
shrinking away from the intruder, her thin and pallid face and those large penetrating eyes fixed on his, alarming him.
"It's Grace, your own grandchild," answered the little girl in an excited
yet not unmusical tone.
"My mother is starving, dying. That woman,"
pointing to Mrs. Conklin,
"has driven me from your door day after day, but your own child is dying of want, and I would see you." "Let her die!" fiercely ejaculated Mrs. Conklin. "She married a beggar against her father's will. What should her child be but a beggar? And that in consequence of his will?"
And as she shrieked forth these words, she pointed savagely to the document lying on the table. Grace turned slowly around, and even that evil woman quailed before her rebuking look, and the pitying reproach of her tone, as she said, "You are a wicked woman. God forgive you. It was you who made my mother's life so wretched. She married to escape from your persecutions. You incensed my grandfather against her. She is now almost—" the word that she was trying to utter seemed to choke her. "Starving," she exclaimed at length with a strong effect. "And yet she is happier in the midst of misery than all her father's wealth can render you, in the very lap of luxury." Livid with rage, Mrs. Conklin once more seized the girl by the arm and attempted to force her out from the room.
"Grandfather, grandfather, my poor mother!"
The old man seemed too terrified and bewildered exactly to comprehend what had passed. He looked at Mrs. Conklin, whose iron grasp had completely mastered Grace, with a vacant stare, and then gazing at the young girl muttered,
"Take her away! Take her away!"
"Do you hear that?" shrilly screamed Mrs. Conklin. "But perhaps he will give a message that you can carry to your dainty mother," she added maliciously.
Then, addressing the old man, he asked,
"What about Lucy? What were you saying of Lucy?"
His voice seemed to arouse him and to recall the train of thought which Grace had interrupted, for he groaned out,
"She shall never see the color of my money. Never fear, never fear. The money's mine, all mine. I'm not going yet. Never fear."
Grace was too much shocked by these words to make any further resistance to Mrs. Conklin's will. Almost before she knew how she came there, she stood in the street, and the door was closed against her. Mrs. Conklin had returned to the room to witness the appending of Scrapall's signature to the document which made her heir to a miser's carefully accumulated wealth. Chapter 3. "I hate fine weather when the wind is so strong," exclaimed Faulkner peevishly, putting out his chamber window. "How fast the sidewalks are drying! Street sweeps will soon be on Othello's predicament. Occupation gone. Dull times for them, just as dull for other people." And Faulkner drew his head in and closed the window, with more spleen and perhaps more energy than was his wont. In a few moments more he was walking in the same direction as on the previous day, but his pace was brisker. There was less languor depicted on his features, less heaviness in his whole mien. He looked as though he had, or was persuading himself that he had, some end to accomplish, some duty to fulfill. Before he had gone far his steps unconsciously grew quicker, and his eyes were eagerly fixed upon some object in the distance. Was it his little street sweep? He felt certain that it was she, and yet her back was turned, and the pretty blue hood had been replaced by a faded madras handkerchief apparently tied beneath her chin. Her head was drooped dejectedly on her bosom, and she moved her broom more languidly on the preceding day. I wonder if she is very poor, if she has parents, if they are suffering, what she does with herself when the pavement is not muddy, whether she finds it a tiresome world. And for once Faulkner murmured these last two words to himself without the accompaniment of a yawn. He had approached the little girl unperceived. "Mud's drying, eh?" She started violently at the sound of his voice, and the fair face raised to his was suffused with crimson. After a glance of recognition and a slight quivering of the lips, as though words of thanks for his yesterday's charity were hovering upon them, she attempted to continue sweeping, but her hands trembled, and the broom, though it shook beneath them, seemed fastened to the ground, and the black mud lay unmolested upon it. Every instant Faulkner became more interested. He did not care who saw him, for he was generally too indifferent to everything to be tenacious of the world's opinion. A conversation with a street sweep was something novel. He who had found the world so dull could not lose the opportunity of enjoying any novelty, however it might subject him to ridicule. "Have you parents?" inquired he of the little girl. "Only a mother," she replied in a low voice, the sound of which thrilled him strangely. "And she is poor?" "Very, very poor." And a suppressed sob caught his ear as she articulated the last word. "Do you live far from here?" The girl shook her head, for she was too much abashed or moved to give utterance to the negative. "Come," said Faulkner. Suddenly his countenance brightened until his expression became truly beautiful. "I will go see your mother. Will you show me the way?" The girl looked at him a moment, her face full of wonder. He returned her glance with a shrug of the shoulders, which was followed by a smile. The first said, "If you choose, you need not believe me." The last said, "Indeed, I am in earnest." There was too much encouragement in that smile for her to doubt its meaning. "My mother will thank you," she murmured with a swelling heart, and commenced in walking in the same direction which she had taken with so much speed on the previous day. Faulkner followed at a short distance behind her, muttering to himself, "An odd way of putting the blue devils to flight. Like it because it's new. Walk will do me good." The last casual exclamation awoke an unusual train of thoughts, and he added thoughtfully, "Good. I shouldn't wonder if it did, in more ways than one. I begin to feel as if it had done me some good already." The girl turned into a very narrow and filthy street. Faulkner's dainty senses, especially his olfactory organs, began to excite him in a repugnance to following her any further. He was deliberating upon the practicality of giving her a few dollars and turning back, when for the first time she looked around. One more glance at that pallid face silenced the murmurings of the rebellious sense, and he walked briskly on. In a few moments more the girl stopped at the head of a flight of steps, which led into a cellar, dignified by the name of a basement story. She descended and entered a small room, dark, damp, cold, and cheerless. A few ashes on the hearth told that on the previous night some attempt had been made to kindle a fire of chips, but now not even a dying spark gave out its feeble warmth. There was neither chair nor table in the room, but an old box served as both. The only article of furniture was a narrow cot. A slumbering woman lay upon it, but so completely enveloped in a thick woolen blanket that only a small portion of her face was visible. This blanket was almost the only covering of the bed, but it was warm, clean, and apparently new. After giving one hasty glance around the room, Faulkner's eyes rested upon the comfortable blanket. Those of the young girl followed his, and smiling, 'twas a faint and sad smile, the first that he had seen illume her countenance, she whispered, "She sleeps. For many nights the cold would not let her sleep, but she is warm now. The money you gave me bought this." And she laid her hand upon the blanket and looked into his face with an expression of gratitude that made Faulkner draw his breath with unwonted rapidity, while a thrill of pleasure sent blood to his cheek and unusual moisture to his eye. He felt as though that small piece of gold, so little prized by him, had purchased more than the one sensation upon which he had congratulated himself the day before, and that even the warm woolen blanket was not the most valuable thing it had procured. Several minutes he stood, contemplating the slumbering woman, for the young girl made no attempt to disturb her rest. The face of the sleeper was, if possible, even more ghastly than that of her child. Disease had aided want in imparting to those regular and delicate features a death-like hue. Never was the stamp of suffering more legible, and yet there was a placidity upon the sleeping face, an air of resignation that softened the impress of sorrow and gave an expression almost angelic to the wan countenance. At an involuntary movement of Faulkner's, the closed lids quivered and slowly opened. A look of terror convulsed the woman's feature at the sight of a stranger standing beside her cot. "Grace! Where's Grace?" she almost shrieked. "By your side, mother," replied Grace softly, and then, bending her head close to her mother's, she whispered a few words which explained the appearance of so unusual a visitor. But the mother seemed scarcely satisfied. She looked at her child inquiringly, and at Faulkner almost with dread. The tongue of the latter refused to perform its appointed office. He shrank, without knowing why, before that searching glance, and turned to the young girl as though appealing to her to relieve his embarrassment. "We have not thanked him, mother," said Grace, half reproachfully. "Oh, I want no thanks. Don't mention it," answered Faulkner, suddenly regaining the use of his tongue. "I hope that I shall be able to do something for you, my good woman. I shall try. Upon my word, I will. But I see you're busy now. That is, I'm in haste myself, so I won't detain you. I can't stay any longer. You must make yourself comfortable here. A little present from a friend, only a trifle," and he dropped the well-filled purse, which he had agitatedly drawn from his pocket, upon the bed. He was turning away hastily, but Grace seized his hand, and, her face streaming with tears, pressed it between her own icy palms, and said, "Oh, sir, you have saved my mother. God will reward you." And then, as though ashamed of this burst of emotion, she hung her head, and covering her face with her hands, wept in silence. Faulkner was too much unused to such situations to know how to act. He twirled his hat with an air of indecision for a moment, then bowed to the mother, who, leaning upon her elbow, was steadfastly regarding him, and hastily withdrew. A thousand thronging thoughts gave activity to his brain as he walked homeward. I must do something for them. A little of the money, nothing but a curse to me. What a blessing it might be to them. She shall sweep the streets no longer. I wonder what she can do. Mantua making, millinery, waistcoat stitching, profitable but tedious, too tedious. Wish I could hit upon something pleasanter. While these thoughts were chasing each other through his mind, his eyes accidentally rested upon a bunch of orange blossoms, which was conspicuously displayed in the window of an establishment for making artificial flowers. Flower making, joining together the brightly colored leaves, blending them in form, weaving them in wreaths. Those delicate little hands of hers are just suited to such an occupation. It will be easy to obtain her admission as an apprentice here. Money can accomplish that, if it is not to be done any other way. Then, when she has learnt the art, an establishment of her own. She shall be its mistress. I will advance her motherly capital. Flower making, the little street sweeper a maker of artificial flowers!" And he rubbed his hands together as he spoke, in actual delight. Then, walking into the store, he purchased the identical bunch of orange blossoms which first attracted his attention, and, entering into conversation with the mistress of the establishment, soon obtained from her all the information concerning her occupation which he desired. He had built 1,000 castles in the air before he reached the Astor, and again he pictured the little street sweep and her mother in an elevated position, healthy, happy, prosperous, all through his exertions. Since the days of his boyhood his heart had not beat so lightly, nor his spirits been so buoyant. Frank Gaylord accidentally encountered him upon the stairs. "Well, Fred, tiresome world, eh?" said Gaylord, accosting him laughingly. "My dear Frank, I've just come to the conclusion that nothing makes the world so tiresome as to be of no use in it," replied Faulkner, shaking hands with him warmly. "Take care of my arm, will you?" replied Gaylord, withdrawing his hand from Faulkner's grasp. "Remember, my dear fellow, that I do not suffer from the same absence of sensation as you do," and the friends parted. That night sweet sleep and sweeter dreams visited Faulkner's pillow. Immediately after breakfast he took a walk, in the hope of seeing Grace at her usual post. Her little companions were there, but she was absent. He returned home, and after a few hours again walked that way. Still she did not appear. Again, towards dusk, he sought, but he did not find her. Impatient to put into execution his schemes for her benefit, he hurried to the house whither she had conducted him on the previous day. He found it without difficulty. With a throbbing heart descended the flight of steps and knocked. No answer. Again and again the knock was repeated, and at last, his impatience gaining a victory over his discretion, he opened the door and entered the room. It was empty. The cot was gone, no fire, nor even ashes upon the hearth. The old box was all that remained to assure him that he was not mistaken in the room. Disappointed and almost confounded, he left the apartment through a door which opened into an entry, and walked upstairs to seek someone whom he could question concerning Grace and her mother. He encountered an old woman upon the stairs. To his half-articulated and hasty inquiries she replied, "Lord bless you, sir, they took themselves off by daylight this morning. Poor enough they are, but they paid the rent down. The little girl was taken on sadly, and the mother hardly able to stir a limb, but they would go. I believe it was something about a wild young man, and the mother thought it best Grace should not be in his way, for she's a handsome girl, sir, but that's the short and long of their going off so sudden like." Faulkner had not the heart to ask another question. Frustrated in his first endeavor to be of service to his fellow creatures, disappointed in the first scheme with which he for years had endeavored to occupy himself, he returned home dissatisfied, sad, and weary. And yet those mingled feelings were less oppressive than the blank overspreading the mind, that distaste for enjoyment, and sluggishness of thought called ennui. Chapter 4. A year after the occurrence of the events related in the previous chapter, Frederick Faulkner was seated in a small office in the fourth story of a building in Wall Street. Upon the table before him lay a number of legal-looking papers, carefully fastened with red tape. He was apparently occupied in another which was to be added to their number. One glance at his features, his attitude, his movements, told that he was no longer the weary idler, the listless ennuyé who had found the world and its occupants so exceedingly tiresome 12 months before. Especially a couple of weeks after his rencontre with the little street sweeper and her sudden disappearance, Scrapeall unexpectedly gained the lawsuit upon which Faulkner's wealth depended. He found himself suddenly deprived of the means of sustenance. Strange to say, he evinced little chagrin on the occasion, and seemed almost glad to be relieved, even by misfortune, from the lethargic incubus which weighed down his spirits. Before he reached his majority, his father had insisted that he should qualify himself to become a lawyer, and he had accordingly passed an examination and received his diploma. But he had not then the energy to commence practice, and necessity did not compel him to abandon his habits of idleness. Once dependent on his own resources, he seemed inspired with a new spirit. He found the panacea for his greatest ill in occupation, and gave promise of becoming eminent in the profession. He never regretted his lost wealth, except when he remembered how many heavy hearts he might have lightened, how many sufferers soothed by its mien. The inexpressible pleasure he had received in befriending the little street sweeper had never been equal and never forgotten. The pale face of the little girl frequently rose before him. The burst of gratitude, the words of thanks, sobbed rather than spoken, these were often in his ears. For many months one glimpse of the broom in the hands of a young girl made him quicken his pace, and his heart would beat tumultuously. But he was doomed to continual disappointment. Street sweepers in abundance he encountered every day, but Grace was never among them. After some of these disappointments he would return home, open the box where the beautiful little sprig of orange blossoms had been carefully stored, and bitterly mourn over the unavoidable frustration of his first project for the benefit of a human being. He no longer lodged at the Astor, for he was forced to study economy, his practice being as yet exceedingly limited. He had not visited his old residence, the scene of so many weary hours, for several months, when the arrival of a friend in town brought him once more to the Astor. Frank Gaylord chanced to be the first person who accosted him. "Where have you been hiding yourself, Fred? What have you been doing with yourself? But I declare you look younger and handsomer than ever. By the way," he rattled on, "there's a chance of your regaining your fortune with a most delightful encumbrance. Scrapeall, you know, died some 10 months ago. A will was found leaving his money to some woman, his housekeeper, I believe, but the signature to his will was only commenced. His property has therefore gone to his daughter and her child. The mother and young lady are staying here. They are in the parlor at this moment. Let me introduce you." "No, no," replied Faulkner. "I am not so much in love with money as to contemplate marrying it by means of a priest. Besides, I have a sort of superstition that it is in the keeping of the blue devils, who hover around it night and day. I have no inclination to renew my acquaintance with them." "But I tell you it is in the keeping of an angel, and her acquaintance you will soon have an inclination to make if you see once her face. The most artless, gentle little creature, not yet 16, and possessing all the grace and simplicity of a child. I hear that she spends half the day studying under the direction of the most accomplished master, for hers is a strange story. But do let me introduce you. See, there she is, sitting on the sofa beside her mother." Gaylord, as he spoke, drew Faulkner towards the open door. They had taken but one step into the room when a cry of astonishment burst from the lips of the latter, and he stood as though transfixed on the spot, spellbound by an apparition. At the same moment Grace started from her seat and joyfully sprang towards him. Grace! Grace! Could it be Grace? That fair young child, with the rose of health upon her cheek, that beautiful woman who bore about her all the refinement and dignity suited to an elevated station? But Faulkner soon answered the question to himself, when the soft and thrilling voice which so long had haunted his dreams once more addressed him as a benefactor, a first and never forgotten friend. Another 6 months, and once more the delicate bunch of orange blossoms was taken from its little box, this time to twine among the brown locks that clustered about the blushing cheeks of Grace. And over the orange flowers and the rich curls floated a bridal veil, and by the side of Grace stood Faulkner, with more than a bridegroom's happiness pictured upon his radiant countenance. A few moments after the ceremony which united the young couple was ended, Frank Gaylord, who officiated as groomsman, whispered to Faulkner as he shook his hand, "My dear fellow, I wish you joy of the good angel which you have taken to yourself to exorcise the blue devils." "Thank you," replied Faulkner, "but since the day that I discovered that it was a curse to be of no use in the world, they have seldom attacked me. To ensure my happiness, the good angel will only have to remind me, 'It brings a blessing to bless.' She is pretty sure of doing that by her own practical illustration of the maxim." End of Ennui and Its Antidote by Anna Cora Mowatt. Read by Kelly S. Taylor. The First Gray Hair by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The First Gray Hair. I feel that I am growing old for want of somebody to tell me that I am looking as young as ever. Charming falsehood! There is a vast deal of vital air in loving words. This was the passage that Millicent Beauregard read from Landor. Her eyes wandered off the volume, and a troubled look stole over their Juno-like irids. Her delicate white hand was pressed upon the open page, and the faintest contradiction, the mere soupçon of a frown, shadowed her ample brow. Some chord of sympathy with the writer was touched, and its vibration started a train of unwanted reflections. Growing old! When was that sound musical to the ears of womanhood? It could not, even by a stretch of courtesy, be called young, nor in her full bloom. Yet we have some scruples about proclaiming the exact date of her birthday. She had long passed the season when the transient blooms of an American woman's springtime wither, and the briefly expanded rose leaves of her summer fall. Yet Millicent possessed so large a store of internal freshness and buoyancy, her mental powers evinced so little decadence, time had dealt so leniently with her face and form, she was so wonderfully bien conservée, that the inevitable necessity of growing old, and, far worse, of looking old, had not intruded itself upon her contemplation. Yet, even by the poet's measurement of existence, which says, "We live in deeds, not years, in thoughts, not breaths, in feelings, not in figures on the dial. We should not count time by heart-throbs. He most lives who thinks most, feels the noblest, acts the best. And, counting her life by its events, emotions, actions, by what she had suffered, enjoyed, endured, achieved, it had not been short, for hers was not one of those empty, passive, purposeless lives that glide on from youth to age without leaving landmarks on the road to warn others who may pass that way. Growing old for want of somebody to tell me that I was looking as young as ever, wrote Landor. Looking as young as ever, sighed Millicent. Why, that was once a familiar greeting to my ear. And Landor is right, truly. Its flattery was rejuvenating. But, methinks, no one has told me of late that I am looking as young as ever. Was it a mere chance omission, or am I... She broke off abruptly, and stifled a half-sigh that crushed, in its turn, a rising regret. What said the reflecting truth-teller yonder? She closed the book, walked up to the large mirror that stood between the windows of her chamber, and scanned her own countenance with uncompromising earnestness, resolved to detect every footprint the years had left in their journey. Those cheeks, she remembered, when their dimpled fullness was suffused with a soft auroral tint. Now their hue was that of a rose pressed in a book. Their roundness was gone. Their dimples had deteriorated into something that was nearer an approach to wrinkles. The eyes had their brilliancy, had sunken strangely, and what dark rings encircled them! There were lines, light but distinct, stretching across the brow, curving softly about the mouth, and more sharply around the eyes. Suddenly, the vision of the furrowless countenance that the glass once mirrored rose before her. The same visage, but in its girlhood a fair, unwritten page. It is not upon the smooth, blank scroll of storyless youth that we ever find the highest, most eloquent loveliness. As mind and heart develop and mature, feelings and thoughts chronicle their histories upon the countenance, and give new play and more varied expression to the features. Lines of beauty may be read that were not visible before. A past is traced upon the face as well as a present. Often a poem is inscribed there, in the most touching characters with which poetry was ever recorded. But Millicent made no such reflection. She saw what lustre her countenance had lost, not what charms it had gained, and though she was more free from vanity than handsome women in general, she had womanly weakness enough to be shocked at the sudden discovery. Almost involuntarily she lifted the comb that fastened her hair. It fell around her in luxuriant masses of shining darkness. It had always been one of her especial beauties, praised by lovers and sung by poets. How could she help smiling to see its length, abundance, hue unchanged? She took up the comb that was lying temptingly upon the toilette, and drew it musingly through one long tress that swept over her shoulder. What glitters so brightly from out the glossy blackness? A single thread gleams whitely through the whole length of the lock. A thread of silver, yes, distinctly, unmistakably silver. A gray hair. The first gray hair. Millicent drew it out slowly, thoughtfully. Shall we dare to say sadly? Unwelcome monitor! It spoke of decay, of the wearing out and crumbling to dusk of this mortal frame. But that sorrowful voice only proceeded from the unilluminated depths of this lower sphere. A more melodious tone sounded higher up, and told of the exchange of that perishable form for one befitting the changeless youth of eternity, and bade her remember that death was but a grander development of life. Millicent's existence was affluent in blessings. She was not weary of the world in which she had filled a useful, happy, and honorable place. Winding the silver thread about her finger, she sank into the chair where she had sat while reading, and was soon lost in a deep reverie. Was she indeed growing old? Yes, here was a gray hair, at last. Women, 10, 15, 20 years her junior, had sighed over their whitening locks, while upon her favored head no winter had left its trace of snow. Here was the first faint track. She, too, was growing old, then, granted. And, after all, why should the knowledge cause her a pang? It was only the first spasmodic shock, imparted by the recognition of the fact, which it was hard to bear. What if age was slowly stealing upon her? Had not her existence been enriched by the honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, which Shakespeare tells us should be ours when our May of life falls into the sere and yellow leaf? Was not there truth in the words of the philosopher who declared that a woman of really noble attributes resembles a viol, which gains softness and mellowness of tone with years? Had not each year that stole a portion of her youth away left some more valuable gift in its place? Was there not a store of precious images garnered up in the treasury of her heart? Had she not found pleasure in pondering upon their beauty? Did she not delight in dreaming over the past, which memory always chronicled in poetry? Did she not find profit in looking back upon the steps she had taken, in noting whither each had led, and thus recounting to herself, happily now and then to others, the story of her own life? Was it not a happiness to have watched the working out of the great ends which sprung from the causes that once appeared to her so mysterious? To have seen the completed painting of pictures which she never imagined could grow out of those tints on the palettes of life? To have beheld the perfect embroidery on the tapestry of existence, over which she had marveled during its incompletion, never divining the groundwork of inharmonious threads, what noble design could be wrought? And, heart-warming reflection, with every year had not her sphere of love grown wider? Had not her affections radiated further out from herself? Had not her interest in others become more extended and hopeful? Then, too, had she not more ties in that better land to which many of her beloved ones had led the way, ties that linked her to that world as the loved ones who remained attached to her to this, until she felt that she had a home in both, and dear ones awaited her there as here? Next, the startling query, which all shall be asked, what use hast thou made of thy time? Millicent pondered upon the work she had been made an instrument to accomplish. She was not content with the amount, though others might have deemed it large. She sighed over her own insufficiency, over the good that she might have done, which she had left undone, over precious hours wasted and golden opportunities neglected. And now she was growing old, growing old. What then? Age ought to bring wisdom, and would teach her soul larger movements, and give it more glorious fruition. There was time for noble toil ere God measured the task. That would not be until the day's out and the labor's done. If Millicent could have seen the expression on her own face, sublimed by holy aspiration, she would have known that there was an imperishable beauty which takes the place of soft bloom, the brilliant tints, the smoothness and roundness which time destroys. A beauty that will clothe the spirit with eternal youth in the life to come. Millicent sat thoughtfully winding the long, shining hair about her finger, and smiling at the passing dread that had seized her. at the startling discovery that she might be growing old. "Why, what an idle bugbear!" she exclaimed. "We make of the years. With what silly horror we shrink from the thought of blanched locks. If they were only white records of white deeds. The silver crown of age should be deemed more beautiful than the golden circlet of youth. True, vanity cries out against the gray hair, but that is simply because she is ignorant. Nature, from whom art learnt all her beautifying secrets, sent the snowy frame to soften faces which have been despoiled of their fresh coloring, and to render their losses less apparent. We have learned Lander's groan over growing old, but if I mistake not, there is more conciliatory voice breathing from some healthier pages at hand." She approached a small hanging library filled with choice volumes, her favorite textbooks, and selected Hilliard's Italy, and, after a rapid turning over of leaves, redolent with the fragrant memories of that land of the sun, read aloud, "Growing old seems to depend much upon the temperament, and somewhat upon the will. With an active mind and warm heart, all that is dark and unlovely in age may be kept off very long, if not to the end." "To the end, to the end, so shall it be," responded Millicent, replacing the volume, while an expression of serene satisfaction played over her fine features, a look which strongly contrasted with the troubled shadow that had obscured their beauty when that whale of Landor's set her musing. End of The First Gray Hair.
The Hypocritical Cat by W.H.D. Roos. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The Hypocritical Cat. Once upon a time there was a troop of rats that used to live in holes by a riverside. A certain cat often saw them going to and fro, and longed to have them to eat. But he was not strong enough to attack them altogether. Besides, that would not have suited his purpose, because most of them would have run away. So he used to stand early in the morning, not far from their holes, with his face towards the sun, snuffing up the air, and standing on one leg. The rats wondered why he did that, so one day they all trooped up to him in a body and asked the reason. "What is your name, sir?" they began. "Holy is my name," said the cat. "Why do you stand on one leg?" "Because if I stood on all four, the earth could not bear my weight." "And why do you keep your mouth open?" "Because I feed on the air and never eat anything else." "And why do you face the sun?" "Because I worship the sun." What a pious cat, the rats all thought. Ever after that, when they started out in the morning, they did not fail first to make their bow to the cat one by one, and to show thus their respect for his piety. This was just what our cat wanted. Every day, as they filed past, he waited till the tail of the string came up, then like lightning pounced upon the hindmost, and gobbled him up in a trice, after which he stood on one leg as before, licking his lips greedily. For a while all went well for the cat's plan, but at last the chief of the rats noticed that the troop seemed to grow smaller. Here and there he missed some familiar face. He could not make it out, but at last a thought came into his mind that perhaps the pious cat might know more about it than he chose to tell. Next day, accordingly, he posted himself at the tail of the troop, where he could see everything that went on, and as the rats one by one bowed before the cat, he watched the cat out of the end of his eye. As he came up, the cat prepared for his pounce, but our rat was ready for him and dodged out of the way. "Aha," says the rat, "so that is your piety. Feeds on the air, does he, and worships the sun, eh? What a humbug!" And with one spring he was at the cat's throat, and his sharp teeth fast. The other rats heard the scuffle, and came tripping back, and it was crunch and munch till not a vestige remained of the hypocritical cat. Those who came first had cat to eat, and those who came last went sniffing about at the mouths of their friends, and asking what was the taste of cat's meat. And ever after the cats lived in peace and happiness. End of A Hypocritical Cat by W.H.D. Roos.
An Inconvenient Acquaintance by Helen Berkeley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. www.tla.wapshot.org. An Inconvenient Acquaintance. "Mr. Lorimer is not at home, sir," replied a rosy-cheeked Irish girl to the query of an individual in a shabby brown coat and strapless pantaloons that disclosed feet paired but not matched, who stood on the stoop of one of the most elegant mansions in Bond Street. "Of course not, my dear. Mr. Lorimer is never at home, but Mrs. Lorimer is home, and Miss Lorimer can't be out at this early hour." "Mrs. Lorimer is engaged, and so is Miss Lorimer," pertinaciously replied the girl, for she recognized a certain leering smile about the thin mouth, and a shrewd wink of the grey lynx eye, against the owner of which she had seen the waiter more than once close the door. "You've a fine bloom, my dear, a fine bloom. You'd better show me to Mrs. Lorimer, or I shall have to find my own way." "Mrs. Lorimer is engaged, sir. You'd better call again." "Engaged, is she?" said Mr. Badger, deliberately placing himself in a more comfortable leaning position against the door. "Call again, eh?" he slowly added, casting around a few furtive glances as though he were seeking a more accustomed passport to the lady's presence. "Whose child is that? Mrs. Lorimer's?" The girl nodded. "Come here, my pretty little child. Here's something for you," hallooed he to a red-haired young urchin, whose begrimed face was inquiringly protruding from behind the door. "Here's something for you." And he drew from his capacious pockets a handful of prunes and peanuts, and held it coaxingly towards the child. The boy at first drew back, and then, unable to withstand the temptation, bashfully approached, grasped the offered treasure, and would have made his escape, but Mr. Badger caught one of his arms. "Where's your mamma, little man? Here's another handful." "Ma's in the back parlor, clearing the breakfast things." "Well, tell her there's a gentleman wants to see her, and I'll try what else I can find in my back pocket for you." Away ran the child towards the back parlor. The girl let go of the door to stop him. Mr. Badger seized that opportunity to step in the house, following as closely on the fugitive's heels as though he were quite at home in such pursuit. He entered the parlor just as the boy cried, "Ma, somebody wants to see you." Mr. Badger bowed in the decorous, but now unfortunately obsolete, style of Louis Quinze. Nobody could have mistaken the glance of marked admiration with which he surveyed the fine person of the lady standing at the head of a disordered breakfast table. A small swab was in her delicate hand. She was busily engaged in washing French china cups. The lady colored, hastily drew her sleeve over a remarkably white arm, dried her hands, and rather haughtily demanded to what circumstances she was indebted for the visit. Mr. Badger bowed again, as though he felt himself complimented. "The lady said your ladyship was engaged, but I knew I should be no disturbance to your ladyship. And this beautiful boy, what a lovely face he has got," tenderly stroking the child's flame-colored hair. Here the mother's countenance relaxed into a half-smile, and she pushed a chair towards her guest.
Your ladyship's child, I presume, resembles you vastly, else I should have supposed your ladyship too young to be his mother. Mrs. Lorimer this time smiled positively, and replied in a gentle tone, My only son, sir. Indeed, a noble boy. What a head! You've heard of phrenology? Must take him to Fowler, the phrenology man. Shouldn't wonder if he told you this child stood a chance of being President of the United States. Remarkable head. Shouldn't wonder at all myself at seeing him President. Great country, this. Great country. Take a seat, sir. Thank you, your ladyship. Thank you. Don't care if I do. Pretty carpet you have on the floor. Came from Chester's. All the house furnished with the same. That puts me in mind of business. Fact is, your ladyship, I called to see if I couldn't get Mr. Lorimer. By the by, the boy looks a little like him at the moment, got his dashing air to a T. I was saying, your ladyship, I want to get Mr. Lorimer to settle about this very carpet. Chester's growing impatient. Indeed, sir, I thought the carpet was paid for long ago. Oh, no, your ladyship, a slight mistake. Those china cups, too, pretty pattern, aren't they? Came from drummers. I've got a small demand for them. You surprise me. I chose the china myself, and am almost sure it was paid for at the time. Slight mistake, your ladyship, nothing more. Now, if I could get your ladyship just to settle the case before Mr. Lorimer and persuade him to give me a check for these things, I should esteem it a great favor. I certainly shall, sir. I am very much mortified to hear that the bill has stood so long. When shall I come again, your ladyship? This afternoon? If you please. We dine at 3:30. Mr. Lorimer is always home to dinner. I shall speak to him without fail. Much obliged to you, your ladyship. Chester & Co. can't wait, nor Drummer neither. I'll call this afternoon. Here are more prunes for you, sonny. What an eye he has got. His father's eye. Just the eye for a great man. I'll call it 3:30, your ladyship. With these words, Mr. Badger bowed himself backwards out of the room. As he limpingly ran down the steps with a habitual chuckle, which denoted particular satisfaction, he encountered one of his acquaintances. Hey, Brinsley! How are you getting on, my good fella? What, Badger, is that you? Thank fortune I'm getting on so well I'm not afraid of meeting you in the streets. That's what I call eloquent and explicit. Did you notice what an elegant house I came out of? Been paying a visit to one of the loveliest women in New York. Great country, this. Great country. Mrs. Lorimer, you've got an account against her husband, I suppose. But what did you go after the wife for? That's a peculiarity of mine. I like talking to handsome women. There's nothing like it in creation. I never trouble the husbands much till I see what I can do with them through the wives. Nothing like getting a woman to help carry on a suit against her husband. I collect more bad debts from such pleading than any other. Nothing men hate like having the women know their affairs, and having them worry them into paying their debts. Great country, this. Are the women, then, always so anxious to pay? To be sure, sweet creatures. Most of them have got conscience enough to make up the lack in their husbands. Hearts, too. I've got a receipt of my own for getting at women's hearts. Who is this Lorimer? Lorimer? Why, he's a Wall Street broker, a man who's made a little money by speculating, lost 6 times as much he ever made, and has got the reputation of being worth all he made and lost together. This because he lives in a large house and owes large sums to half the shopkeepers in New York. Great country, this. Great country. Is there any hope of him paying? He'll pay me every stiver. You'll see, everybody pays me. I lay my plans to suit my people. Don't catch sparrows and hawks in the same net. Lorimer's father was a tailor. The old man was worth a mint of money and bought nothing with it but pride. He died, and the children inherited his pride and got none of his money. Young Lorimer is turning a cold shoulder upon all of his friends and trying to get into fashionable society. His supposed wealth has gathered a troop of gay hangers-on, like wasps around a beehive around him. Nothing he dreads so much as being cut by them. Now you see, but I can't tell you into my plans. The train's well laid, trust me for that. What an elegant young man that is walking in front of us. I wonder who that is. That? By the cut of his coat, that must be Bill Flashing, an acquaintance of mine. He's paying his addresses to a young woman with him, for a fortune, I hear. What an air she has. I don't doubt she's pretty. Excuse me, dear fellow, I have a bill in my pocket for $150 which my friend Flashing owes to his livery keeper. I'll join him. What? Not when he's walking with a lady. To be sure, why not? That's the very time to make an impression. Besides, I want to get a good look at her ladyship. If I get an answer from him, I'll join you farther down. Mr. Badger withdrew his arm from Brinsley's, and a few limping steps forward very unceremoniously placed the disengaged member within that of the astonished young fop. Mr. Badger took no notice of the gentleman's discomposure, but staring at the young lady made one of his profound and graceful salutations. Mr. Brinsley purposefully passed them to enjoy the troubled look of the assailed young gentleman, the confusion of the bell, and the truly delightful ease and self-possessed grace of Mr. Badger. Mr. Brinsley walked a half-dozen blocks before his friend joined him. "Well, Badger, have you dropped your prey?" "Only given the fish a little of the line with the bait in his mouth. Flashing promised to see me tomorrow and fork out the shiners. Great country this, great country. Tried to put it off a week, but I kept close hold of his arms and looked at the girl as much as to say, what a fool he takes me for. His tight coat must have grown uncomfortable just then, so I should think from his fidgeting. Sweet girl she was, looked me from head to foot. All the women look at me. Nothing I like so well as a woman's eye. Great country this, finest women in the world. Where are you going to go now? To Wall Street. We are almost there. This is just the hour I know I shall catch a particular friend of mine with all his cronies around him. He'll have to shell out this time, or I shall take up my quarters in his offices the rest of the day. I took lodgings once in the same house when I had a large debt to collect from him. I followed him around like a shadow. He couldn't turn without seeing me. He had to pay at last. Said he felt as if he was releasing his soul from old Nick. Here we are. Goodbye. I shall be engaged for an hour or two. Goodbye. Success to you. Mr. Badger entered the office. It was filled with persons busily engaged in conversation. Several of the group recognized him and looked somewhat inclined to get out of his way. Very good-naturedly thrusting out his hand to each in turn, he generously dealt round a few hearty handshakes. He then put his head over the shoulder of a venerable-looking gentleman whose back was turned, and cried out, "Hey, Mr. Cash, my good sir, how do you do? Delighted to see you. It's with you I want to speak." "What? Old Clovenhoof? Is that you? Here again? Now I'll make a bargain with you. I'll pay you that bill and give you $10 to boot if you promise never to shut out the sunlight from these doors again, and never take another bill against me in your life. Let any other man do it, but I can't stand your mode of proceeding. Done! Down with the dust! I'll never take another bill against you as long as I live. Great country this, great country. There it is. Now, the next time I meet you, I shall be saved from the sin of wishing you had a black cap drawn over your face." Badger took the money, gave his usual chuckle, bowed with the slight, quick bow he kept in reserve for the male portion of the species, and hobbled out of the office, muttering, "That's a man's a gentleman. He pays proper tribute to my talents. I'll never collect another bill against him as long as I live. Grey country, this. Grey country." We shall not follow Mr. Badger in his morning visits, but take leave of him until 3:15. That hour found him once more on the steps of Mr. Lorimer's mansion. His loud ring this time was answered by the waiter. The man's half-uttered, "Mr. Lorimer is out," was interrupted by Mr. Badger. "I have an appointment with Mrs. Lorimer," and pushing by the disconcerted attendant, he entered the drawing-room. Mrs. Lorimer, dressed in the richest attire, was sitting upon the sofa. She hardly noticed Mr. Badger's entrance. Her eyes looked red, and there was a crimson spot on her cheek that betokened as much anger as grief. Mr. Badger gallantly sat himself beside her, stretched out his better foot foremost, and in an insinuatingly sympathizing tone feared she was unwell. "Thank you, sir, I am quite well." "Your ladyship's beautiful little boy ill, perhaps?" "No," said the mother more courteously. "He is well." "Mr. Lorimer not come home yet, your ladyship?" "Mr. Lorimer dines out. He has just left me." "Ah, indeed. Suppose he'll be home to tea? I ain't much engaged this afternoon. I could wait." The lady gave him a supplicating glance and drew a deep sigh. "He did not say when he would come back. He may not return until late at night." Here Mrs. Lorimer showed an evident desire to sob. "Don't be distressed, your ladyship. I don't mind waiting at all," said he in a peculiarly tender tone. "Or perhaps I'll call again tomorrow. Be so good as to remind Mr. L. tonight, and again in the morning, and once more as he leaves the house, of those little demands. I shall find it quite convenient to call tomorrow. Pray don't be distressed." "I will certainly remind him, sir. I am mortified to death about them. Depend upon it, they shall be paid." "I'm certain of it now that you've taken the matter into your own hands. Don't let me keep you from your dinner. I'll see you tomorrow, your ladyship, without fail." With this consoling assurance, Mr. Badger took his leave. The next morning Mr. Lorimer gave strict orders to the servants not to admit a gentleman with a long, thin face, a white hat, and but one decent foot. Mr. Badger, who was gifted with some faculty resembling a second sight, had foreseen this. He paid no visit to Bond Street that day. About 3:00 he entered a fashionable tailoring establishment on the corner of Wall Street and Broadway. "How do you do, Mr. Schofield?" "How do you do, Mr. Badger? What can I do for you today?" "Nothing, thank you, but permit me to see what is going on in the world from these fine windows of yours." "Certainly, sir." Mr. Badger carefully stationed himself in one corner of the large window which looks out upon Broadway. "I wonder who that fellow is lying in wait for," said Schofield to one of his clerks. "Here, William, watch and tell me whom he pounces upon." A number of Mr. Badger's friends, all persons from whom he had money to collect he styled his intimate friends, passed by the window on their way to dinner. Still he kept his post. At last 2 gentlemen of gay exterior and laughing very merrily came into sight. One was evidently foreign, of at least supposed distinction. Badger, with outstretched hand, rushed from his hiding-place just as they came opposite to the door. "How do you do, Lorimer? Glad to see you. Been looking for you all day. Introduce me to your friend, Count Morganini, is it not? Happy to make your acquaintance, sir." And Badger held out his enormous palm in preparation of clasping the delicately gloved fingers of the Count. "Pray excuse me at present, Mr. Badger," said Lorimer. "I am particularly engaged." "Shan't detain you a minute, my dear fellow. Only want you to know when will you settle those accounts of Chester & Co. and Drummers. I'm so happy to make the Count's acquaintance. Been long in this country, sir? See you're often in Broadway. Fine women we have here. Great country, this. Great country." The Count gave a look which the pencil better than the pen could express, and dropping Mr. Lorimer's arm, silently bowed to him, then to Mr. Badger, and sauntered down Broadway. "This is too bad, Badger," exclaimed Lorimer. "I've been trying to get acquainted with that man for a month, and have only just succeeded." "Glad you did succeed. I attribute my own success to that. Did you see what a bow he gave me?" "Deuce take his bow! Just when he had promised to ride out with me. You've put me out of humor. I can't listen to you now." "No? Well, I'll just walk towards home with you," seizing his arm, "and you shall tell me when I shall call to see you. There's no house I like calling at better than yours. Sweet lady, that wife of yours, delightful to talk to." Mr. Lorimer mutteringly coupled his wife's sweetness with expressions too emphatic for repetition. "Excuse me now, I tell you. If there's money due from me, why don't you sue? Sue, I tell you. You're welcome to sue tomorrow." "That's not my way of transacting business. I sue for money myself till I get it. I'm my own lawyer and never lose a cause. I shall be late to dinner, and I am going to jump into an omnibus. Good morning." "I haven't dined myself yet," said Badger, without releasing the captive arm. "You take dinner en famille, I suppose. I shouldn't mind taking a cut with you." "I expect friends." "Well, that makes no odds. I don't mind strangers. I'm hail fellow well met with all my friends' friends. Here comes an omnibus. I'll ride up with you." Mr. Lorimer gave a look at the omnibus. It appeared full. Leaping on the step and taking his stand in the front door, he called out lustily to the driver, "Go on!" And before Mr. Badger could hobble up to him, the omnibus was dashing along at full speed. "I'll worry you a little for this, my fine fellow," said he, as he turned to retrace his steps. "I'll make the acquaintance of more of your acquaintances before I've done. There's no baffling Nat Badger." A couple of the days after the above incident, Mrs. Lorimer was in the parlor with some morning visitors, whose carriage stood before the door. She felt particularly happy that day. Her only daughter, a young girl in the first bloom of womanhood, was sitting in the window trying to comprehend the delightful nothings of a promised young slip of the aristocracy. Her mother fondly believed he was aspiring to the daughter's hand. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted by a loud discussion between the waiter and another person at the door. A well-known voice struck upon Mrs. Lorimer's ear. With ill-disguised agitation she rose herself to close the parlor door. This was the worst movement she could have made. Mr. Badger, who was trying to force his way past the waiter, caught a glimpse of her figure, and, rushing up to her, exclaimed, "I'm delighted to see you, your ladyship. Delighted. You're looking enchanting. Mr. Lorimer at home? Suppose not, but I can wait."
Without noticing Mrs. Lorimer's half-uttered remonstrance, or rather interpreting and receiving it as a welcome, the gentleman coolly entered the parlour. "Mr. Badger," the lady at length mustered courage and voice to say, "if you wish to see Mr. Lorimer on business, you will be more private in the back parlour. If you will do me the favour to step in there." Thank you, your ladyship, no consequence in life. My business is never private. I'm a man, too, of much taste, to be contented in any other room in the house except where the mistress is." And Mr. Badger bowed more profoundly than the present fashion of petit maître attire would permit many to imitate. "But, Mr. Badger—" "Don't trouble yourself to apologize. I am quite comfortable here," dropping himself slowly into a luxurious armchair. "That's Miss Lorimer, I suppose. Very like you." "Your ladyship, how do you do, miss? Never had the happiness of seeing you before. Your mother and myself are old acquaintances." Miss Lorimer looked bewildered. The gentleman at her side stared, and after a few moments, feeling himself, we presume, amidst uncongenial spirits, rose and took his leave. Miss Lorimer, in resigned despair, attempted to resume the conversation with her guest. "You were at young Mrs. Fleecer's soirée last night, were you not?" demanded she. Before the lady addressed could answer, Mr. Badger interposed. "Mrs. Fleecer? What? Harry Fleecer's wife? An acquaintance of mine. I know Hal very well. Strange affair about his father. I was just going to make them a visit. Finest chairs in his house I ever sat upon. I shall see if I can't get them settled for today. Great country this, great country." Mrs. Lorimer hurriedly went on. "I hear Mrs. Delancey was the belle of the evening." "Beg your pardon, your ladyship," this time addressing not Mrs. Lorimer but the lady beside him. "What? Mrs. Delancey is that? The wife of Alfred Delancey, who beat his first wife to death? I've bills against him for more thousands than he likes. Must be the same. His second wife's the handsomest woman in New York. Great friend of mine." Just at this minute Mr. Lorimer entered, and the visitors rose to take their departure. "Ah, Lorimer, I've caught you at last. Delightful society you receive. I've been enjoying it exceedingly. Should like nothing better than sitting in your parlor a few hours every day, if you're willing," drawing up the right corner of his mouth and looking at the afflicted man out of his left eye in a manner peculiarly his own. "Mr. Badger, I desire in the future that you will call me at my office. I have not been used to this treatment." "You'll get accustomed to it, my dear fellow, under my administration. I make my calls to suit my own convenience. I'm glad to be so well received. When people find my visits troublesome, they know how to dispense with them. I'm a man of business, and never call but on business, although I take pleasure always at the same time." "Troublesome, sir? Why, I never," angrily began Mr. Lorimer. "Why don't you pay him, Frank, and have done with it?" whispered Mrs. Lorimer, tears of mingled passion and mortification rolling down her cheeks. "Permit me to settle my own affairs, madam, without your interference." Mrs. Lorimer, weeping, left the room. "Badger, call upon me tomorrow at 10, and I promise to pay for these confounded carpets. I can't stand this. And the china, too?" "If possible." "Then good morning. Don't fail me. I shan't fail you, you may be sure. Great country this, great country." With these words Mr. Badger took his leave, but not without first insisting on a hearty handshake of his friend's hand. The next morning, at 10 precisely, One of the numerous bills in Mr. Badger's hands against Mr. Lorimer was defrayed. This was but a drop in the bucket. 3 or 4 more visits to the house were made ineffectually. The waiter had learnt his ring, or discovered his presence through some secret loophole. He never gained admittance, but, as Mr. Badger himself expressed it, he was not a man to be baffled. He waited a full month for a good opportunity of putting his ingenious designs into execution. Mrs. Lorimer issued cards for a party, at which she hoped to assemble the elite of the city. "Of course she must have forgotten my invitation," argued Mr. Badger to himself. "No matter, I won't stand on ceremony with friends." Beautiful as Martell's and Miss Whittingham's skill, to say nothing of Nature's, could make her, looked Mrs. Lorimer on the evening of the ball. She stood in the blaze of light at one end of her splendid drawing-room, and the gaily dressed figures that hovered around her, in addition to the coronet of diamonds that circled her fair brow, gave her the air of a sovereign receiving the homage of her devoted subjects. The persons she desired most to see were present. Kendall's band had arrived. Weller had surpassed himself in the arrangements of the supper table. Her triumph was complete. The evening was far advanced. Most of the guests were assembled. An unusually loud ring turned Mrs. Lorimer's expectant glance to the door. She would rather, at the moment, have seen a ghost than the form which, arrayed in its usual ultra-Sunday best, presented itself to her view. "How do you do, your ladyship?" vociferated Mr. Badger, the moment he distinguished Mrs. Lorimer. "Delighted to see you looking so charmingly." Seizing the lady's hand in his own, he gave it an unusually lusty shake. Miss Lorimer, at that moment, crossed the room. Badger let go of the mother's hand, elbowed his way through the crowd, and, striding up to the fair young lady, loudly accosted her by name. The frightened maiden drew back, repressing a cry of astonishment. The guests rose to survey the stranger whose appearance created such a sensation. Mr. Lorimer, who, from the back parlor, heard that there was some disturbance, little suspecting its nature, now innocently made his appearance. Badger pounced upon his hand the instant it was within his reach. "Delighted to see you, my dear fella, delighted." Mr. Lorimer was speechless. With a bewildered look, at last, he drew Badger's arm in his and led him to a more retired part of the next room. "Really, Badger, this intrusion is beyond endurance." "Not so much beyond endurance as being kept ringing the bell at your street door half an hour every day of a cold winter's morning, and then finding the door remained shut. You should keep better servants, my dear fellow, indeed you should." "But, Mr. Badger—" "But, my dear friend, if you don't like my company, you know how to get rid of it. I never come to a party to which people have forgotten to send me an invitation, unless I carry such an invite as this in my pocket." "Positively, you shall have the money if you call at my office tomorrow." "That's all I want. Now I'll just stay to get a little refreshment and then be off, for I don't admire late hours myself. Great country, this, great country." While this conversation was going on, the whisper of "Who is he? What is he?" ran round the rooms in many tones, as there are keys to a piano. "I shouldn't wonder if he was a constable," said one. "Really, what shocking people to visit! I shall drop them after this." I can't imagine who he is, lisped an intellectual-looking young man who had been evincing some dexterity in keeping out of Badger's sight. "It's Badger, the collector," squeaked the cracked voice of a gossiping old maid. "I've heard he comes here every day. They say there's not an article in the house paid for." "How dreadful! But it's what I suspected." "So did I. I always said—" The lady would have continued to prove her prognosticating sagacity, had not Mrs. Lorimer, at that moment, overhearing the remarks made about her, fallen into violent hysterics. She was carried away out of the room, followed by her husband and daughter. During their absence, most of the guests dispersed, but not until Mr. Badger had recognized all his particular friends, shaken hands with them, and informed them what a great country they lived in. A couple of months after the above occurrence, the following conversation took place between Mr. and Mrs. Lorimer. "I am so happy, Frank," said the lady, "that we are going to have the auction tomorrow, and that you will really pay those horrid bills, and let me live in peace, even though we do have to find peace in lodgings." "Well, I see very little use in not paying them, or living in the style we have been doing since every friend worth having has dropped us, ever since that unfortunate ball. Mrs. Weathercock and Mrs. Grayston and Mrs. Delamere and all that set have never been near us, and Laura's lover, Mr. Florentine, never called after that day he met Mr. Badger, did he?" "Never." "Well, I will stipulate never to see any of them again, if I can only be sure that I have taken my last look of Mr. Badger's face. After tomorrow, I may promise you with safety, my dear, that he shall never claim further friendship with us, and the next time you find me running into any unwarrantable extravagance, just whisper in my ear, will you? Remember your friend, the collector." End of An Inconvenient Acquaintance by Helen Berkeley.
A King's Lesson by William Morris, 1834 to 1896. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A King's Lesson. It is told of Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, the Alfred the Great of his time and people, that he once heard, once only, that some, only some, my lad, of his peasants were overworked and underfed. So he sent for his council, and bade come thereto also some of the mayors of the good towns, and some of the lords of land, and their bailiffs, and asked them of the truth thereof. And in divers ways they all told one and the same tale, how the peasant carles were stout, and well able to work, and had enough and to spare of meat and drink, seeing that they were but churls, and how if they worked not at the least as hard as they did, it would be ill for them and ill for their lords, for that the more the churl hath, the more he asketh, and that when he knoweth wealth, he knoweth the lack of it also, as it fared with our first parents in the garden of God. The king sat and said but little while they spake, but he misdoubted them that they were liars. So the council brake up with nothing done, but the king took the matter to heart, being, as kings go, a just man, besides being more valiant than they mostly were, even in the old feudal time. So within 2 or 3 days, says the tale, he called together such lords and councillors as he deemed fittest, and bade busk them for a ride. And when they were ready, he and they set out over rough and smooth, decked out in all the glory of attire which was the wont of those days. Thus they rode till they came to some village or thorp of the peasant folk, and through it to the vineyards, where men were working on the sunny southern slopes that went up from the river. My tale does not say whether that were Theiss or Donau, or what river. Well, I judge it was late spring or early summer, and the vines but just beginning to show their grapes, for the vintage is late in those lands, and some of the grapes are not gathered till the first frosts have touched them, whereby the wine made from them is the stronger and sweeter. Anyhow, there were the peasants, men and women, boys and young maidens, toiling and swinking, some hoeing between the vine rows, some bearing baskets of dung up the steep slopes, some in one way, some in another, laboring for the fruit they should never eat, and the wine they should never drink. Thereto turned the king, and got off his horse, and began to climb up the stony ridges of the vineyard, and his lords in like manner followed him, wondering in their hearts what was toward. But to the one who was following next after him he turned about, and said with a smile, Yea, lords, this is a new game we are playing to-day, and a new knowledge will come from it. And the lord smiled, but somewhat sourly. As for the peasants, great was their fear of those gay and golden lords. I judge that they did not know the king, since it was little likely that any one of them had seen his face, and they knew of him but as the great father, the mighty warrior who kept the Turk from harrying their thorp. Though, forsooth, little matter was it to any man there whether Turk or Magyar was their overlord, since to one master or another they had to pay the due tale of laboring days in the year, and hard was the livelihood that they earned for themselves on the days when they worked for themselves and their wives and children. Well, like they knew not the king, but amidst those rich lords they saw and knew their own lord, and of him they were sore afraid. But naught it availed them to flee away from those strong men and strong horses, they who had been toiling from before the rising of the sun, and now it wanted little more than an hour of noon. Besides, with the king and lords was a guard of crossbowmen, who were left the other side of the vineyard wall, keen-eyed Italians of the mountains, straight shooters of the bolt. So the poor folk fled not, nay, they made as if this were none of their business, and went on with their work. For indeed each man said to himself, If I be the one that is not slain to-morrow, I shall lack bread if I do not work my hardest to-day, and maybe I shall be head man if some of these be slain, and I live. Now comes the king amongst them, and says, Good fellows, which of you is the head man? Spake a man sturdy and sunburnt, well on in years and grizzled. I am the head man, lord. Give me thy hoe then, says the king, for now shall I order this matter myself, since these lords desire a new game, and are fain to work under me at vine dressing. But do thou stand by me and set me right if I order them wrong, but the rest of you go play. The carle knew not what to think, and let the lord stand with his hand stretched out, while he looked askance at his own lord and baron, who wagged his head at him grimly, as one who says, Do it, dog. Then the carle let the hoe come into the king's hand, and the king falls to, and orders his lords for vine dressing, to each his due share of the work. And whiles the carle said yea, and whiles nay to his ordering. And then ye should have seen velvet cloaks cast off, and mantles of fine Flemish scarlet go to the dusty earth, as the lords and knights busked them to the work. So they buckled to, and to most of them it seemed good game to play at vine-dressing. But one there was who, when his scarlet cloak came off, stood up in a doublet of glorious Persian web of gold and silk, such as men make not now, worth 100 florins, the Bremen ell. Unto him the king, with no smile on his face, gave the job of towing and froing up and down the hill with the biggest and the frailest dung-basket that there was. And thereat the silken lord screwed up a grin. That was sport to see, and all the lords laughed, and as he turned away he said, yet so that none heard him, Do I serve this son of a whore, that he should bid me carry dung? For you must know that the king's father, John Hunyad, one of the great warriors of the world, the hammer of the Turks, was not gotten in wedlock, though he were a king's son. Well, they sped the work bravely for a while, and loud was the laughter as the hoes smote the earth, and the flint stones tinkled, and the cloud of dust rose up. The brocaded dung-bearer went up and down, cursing and swearing by the white god and the black, and one would say to another, See ye how gentle blood outgoes curl's blood, even when the gentle does the curl's work. These lazy loons smote but one stroke to our 3. But the king, who worked no worse than any, laughed not at all. And meanwhile the poor folk stood by, not daring to speak a word one to the other, for they were still sore afraid, not now of being slain on the spot, but this rather was in their hearts. These great and strong lords and knights have come to see what work a man may do without dying. If we are to have yet more days added to our year's tale of lord's labor, then we are lost without remedy. And their hearts sank within them. So sped the work, and the sun rose yet higher in the heavens, and it was noon and more. And now there was no more laughter among those toiling lords, and the strokes of the hoe and mattock came far slower, while the dung-bearer sat down at the bottom of the hill and looked out on the river. But the king yet worked on doggedly, so for shame the other lords yet kept at it, till at last the next man to the king let his hoe drop with a clatter, and swore a great oath. Now he was a strong black-bearded man, in the prime of life, a valiant captain of that famous black band that had so often rent the Turkish array, and the king loved him for his sturdy valor. So he says to him, Is aught wrong, captain? Nay, lord, says he, ask the headman Karl yonder what ails us. Headman, says the king, what ails these strong knights? Have I ordered them wrongly? Nay, but shirking ails them, lord, says he, for they are weary, and no wonder, for they have been playing hard, and are of gentle blood. Is this so, says the king, that ye are weary already? Then the rest hung their heads, and said naught, all save the captain of war, and he said, being a bold man and no liar, King, I see what thou wouldest be at. Thou hast brought us here to preach us a sermon from that Plato of thine, and to say sooth, so that I may swink no more, and go eat my dinner. Now preach thy worst. Nay, if thou wilt be priest, I will be thy deacon. Wilt thou that I ask this laboring Karl a thing or two? Yea, said the king, and there came, as it were, a cloud of thought over his face. Then the captain straddled his legs, and looked big, and said to the Karl, Good fellow, how long have you been working here? 2 hours or thereabout, judging by the sun above us, says he. And how much of thy work have we done in that while? Says the captain, and winks his eye at him withal. Lord, says the Karl, grinning a little despite himself, Be not wroth with my word. In the first half hour ye did 5 and 40 minutes work of ours, and in the next half hour scanty a 30 minutes work, and in the third half hour a 15 minutes work, and in the fourth half hour 2 minutes work. The grin now had faded from his face, but a gleam came into his eyes as he said, And now, as I suppose your day's work is done, and ye will go to your dinner, and eat the sweet and drink the strong, and we shall eat a little rye bread, and then be working here till after the sun has set and the moon has begun to cast shadows. Now for you, I wot not how ye shall sleep, nor where, nor what white body ye shall hold in your arms while the night flits and the stars shine. But for us, while the stars yet shine, shall we be at it again, and bethink ye for what? I know not what game and play ye shall be devising for tomorrow as ye ride back home. But for us, when we come back here tomorrow, it shall be as if there had been no yesterday, and nothing done therein, and that work of that to-day shall be naught to us also, for we shall win no respite from our toil thereby, and the morrow of tomorrow will all be to begin again once more, and so on, till no tomorrow abideth us. Therefore, if ye are thinking to lay some new tax or tale upon us, think twice of it, for we may not bear it. And all this I say with the less fear, because I perceive this man here beside me in the black velvet jerkin and the gold chain on his neck is the king. Nor do I think he will slay me for my word, since he hath so many Turk before him and his mighty sword. Then the captain, Shall I smite the man, O king, or hath he preached thy sermon for thee? Smite not, for he hath preached it, said the king. Hearken to the carle's sermon, lords and councillors of mine. Yet when another has spoken our thought, other thoughts are born therefrom. And now I have another sermon to preach, but I will refrain me as now. Let us down to our dinner. So they went, the king and his gentles, and sat down by the river under the rustle of the poplars, and they ate and drank and were merry. And the king bade bear up the broken meats to the vine-dressers, and a good draught of the archer's wine, and to the head man he gave a broad gold piece, and to each man 3 silver pennies. But when the poor folk had all that under their hands, it was to them as though the kingdom of heaven had come down to earth. In the cool of the evening home rode the king and his lords. The king was distraught and silent, but at last the captain, who rode beside him, said to him, Preach me now thine after-sermon, O king. I think thou knowest it already, said the king, else hadst thou not spoken in such wise to the carle. But tell me what is thy craft, and the craft of all these, whereby ye live, as the potter by making pots, and so forth. Said the captain, As the potter lives by making pots, so we live by robbing the poor. Again said the king, And my trade? Said he, Thy trade is to be a king of such thieves, yet no worser than the rest. The king laughed. Bear that in mind, said he, and then shall I tell thee my thought, while yonder carle spake. Carle, I thought, were I thou, or such as thou, then would I take in my hand a sword or a spear, or were it only a hedge-stake, and bid others to do the like, and forthwith would we go. And since we would be so many, and with naught to lose save a miserable life, we would do battle and prevail, and make an end of the craft of kings, and of lords, and of usurers. And there should be but one craft in the world, to wit, to work merrily for ourselves, and to live merrily thereby. Said the captain, This then is thy sermon? Who will heed it if thou preach it? Said the king, they who will take the mad king, and put him in a king's madhouse. Therefore do I forbear to preach it, yet it shall be preached. And not heeded, said the captain, save by those who head and hang the setters forth of new things that are good for the world. Our trade is safe for many and many a generation. And therewith they came to the king's palace, and they ate and drank and slept, and the world went on its ways. End of A King's Lesson by William Morris, 1834 to 1896.
A Madman by Maurice Lavelle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for Librivox by Dale Grothman. A Madman by Maurice Lavelle. He was neither wicked nor cruel, but he hungered for the unexpected. The theater did not interest him, yet he attended often, hoping for the outbreak of a fire. He went to the fair at Neuilly to see if perhaps one of the menagerie animals might go wild and mangle its trainer. Once he even visited the bull ring, but its calculated bloodshed was mundane, too controlled. Meaningless suffering revolted him. He craved the thrill of sudden catastrophe. Then, after 10 years of waiting, fire indeed ravaged the Opera Comique one night when he was there. He escaped uninjured, but soon afterwards he saw the celebrated lion-tamer Frederick torn to pieces by his cats. The madman was only a few feet away from the cage when it happened. He lost interest in wild beast shows and the theater, and fell into a deep depression. But then one morning he saw a garish poster, one of many that covered the walls of Paris. Against a blue background, a peculiar slanted track descended, curled itself into a circular loop, and then plummeted straight down. The top of the billboard depicted a tiny cyclist about to dare the dangerous route. The newspapers ran the story explaining that the cyclist intended to ride down just such a track. "When I reach the loop," he told reporters, "you'll actually see me round it upside down." The press was invited to inspect the track and the bicycle. "I use no mechanical trickery," the daredevil bragged. "Nothing but precise scientific calculation. That, and my ability to keep up my nerve." When the madman read the article, his good spirits returned. He immediately went to buy a ticket. He did not want his attention distracted when the writer looped the loop, so he purchased an entire box of seats opposite the track and sat alone on opening night. After a suspenseful wait, the cyclist appeared high above the audience at the top of the ribbon of road. A moment of tense anticipation. Then down he sped. As promised, he circled the loop with head underneath and feet in the air. And then it was all over. The performance certainly thrilled the madman, but as he exited with the crowd, he knew he might experience the same intense sensation once or twice more, and then, as always, the novelty would die. Still, bicycles break, road surfaces wear out, and no man's nerve holds out forever. Sooner or later there would be an accident. The cyclist was scheduled to perform for 3 months in Paris, and then tour the provinces. The madman decided to go to every single performance, even if he had to follow the show on its travels. He bought the same box for the entire Parisian run, and sat in the same seat night after night. One evening 2 months later, the performance had just ended, and the madman was on his way out, when he noticed the performer standing in one of the corridors of the auditorium. He walked up to him, but before he could utter a word, the cyclist greeted him affably. "I know you. You come to my show every night." "That's true. Your remarkable feat fascinates me. But who told you I'm always here?" "No one," the writer smiled. "I see you myself." "But how can you so high up? At such a moment, are you actually able to study the audience?" The cyclist laughed. "Hardly. It'd be dangerous for me to look at the crowd shifting around and prattling. But, confidentially, there's a little trick involved in what I do." "A trick?" The madman was surprised and dismayed. No, I don't mean a hoax. But there's something I do which the public is unaware of." The cyclist winked. "This'll be our little secret, guess. When I mount my bicycle and grasp the handlebars, I never worry about my own strength and coordination. But the total concentration the ride demands concerns me. It's almost impossible for me to empty my mind of all but one idea. My greatest danger is that my eyes may stray. But here's my trick. I find one spot in the auditorium and focus all my attention on it. The first time I rode in this hall, I spied you in your box and chose you as my spot. Next evening, there you were again." The madman sat in his customary seat. The usual excited buzz filled the hall. A hush fell when the writer made his entrance, a black speck far overhead. Two men held his bicycle. The cyclist gripped the handlebars, stared out over the heads of the crowd, and shouted the signal. The men gave the machine a shove. At that instant the madman rose and walked to the opposite side of his box. The audience screamed as the cycle and the rider shot off the track and plunged into the midst of the crowd. The madman donned his coat, smoothed his hat against one sleeve, and departed. The end of The Madman by Maurice Lavelle. A Mad World, from A Cynic Looks at Life, by Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Mad World, by Ambrose Bierce. Let us suppose that in tracing its cycloidal curves through the unthinkable reaches of space traversed by the solar system, our planet should pass through a belt of attenuated matter having the property of dementing us. It is a conception easily enough entertained. That space is full of malign conditions, incontinuously distributed. That we are, at one time, traversing a zone comparatively innocuous, and at another spinning through a region of infection. That away behind us, in the wake of our swirling flight, are fields of plague and pain, still agitated by our passage through them. All this is as good as known. It is almost as certain as it is that in our little annual circle around the sun are points at which we are stoned and brickbatted, like a pig in a potato patch, pelted with little nodules of meteoric metal flung like gravel, and bombarded with gigantic masses hurled by God knows what. What strange adventures await us in those yet untraveled regions through which we speed? Into what malign conditions may we not at any time plunge? To the strength and stress of what frightful environment may we not at last succumb? The subject lends itself readily enough to a jest, but I am not jesting. It is really altogether probable that our solar system, racing through space with inconceivable velocity, will one day enter a region charged with something deleterious to the human brain. By the way, dear reader, have you ever happened to consider the possibility that you are a lunatic and perhaps confined in an asylum? It seems to you that you are not, that you go with freedom where you will, and use a sweet reasonableness in all your works and ways. But to many a lunatic it seems that he is Ramses II, or the Holkar of Indora. Many a plunging maniac, ironed to the floor of a cell, believes himself the goddess of liberty, careening gaily through the 10 Commandments in a chariot of gold. Of your own sanity and identity you have no evidence that is any better than he has of his. More accurately, I have none of mine. For anything I know, you do not exist, nor any one of all the things with which I think myself familiarly conscious. All may be fictions of my disoriented imagination. I really know of but one reason for doubting that I am an inmate in an asylum for the insane, namely, the probability that there is nowhere any such thing as an asylum for the insane. This kind of speculation has charms that get a good neck-hold upon attention. For example, if I am really a lunatic, and the persons and things that I seem to see around me have no objective existence, what an ingenious though disordered imagination I have! What a clever coup it is to invent Mr. Rockefeller and clothe him with the attribute of permanence! With what amusing qualities I have endowed my Laird of Schipo, philanthropist! What a masterpiece of creative humor is my Fatty Taft, statesman, taking himself seriously, even solemnly, and persuading others to do the same! And this city of Washington, with its motley population of ceruleans, paravoodles, and scamps, pranking unashamedly in the light of day, and its saving contingent of the forsaken righteous, their seed begging bread. Did Rabelais' exuberant fancy ever conceive so? But Rabelais is, perhaps, himself a conception. Surely he is no common maniac who has wrought out of nothing the history, the philosophies, sciences, arts, laws, religions, politics, and morals of this imaginary world. Nay, the world itself, tumbling uneasily through space like a beetle's ball, is no mean achievement, and I am proud of it. But the mental feat in which I take most satisfaction, and which I doubt not is the most diverting to my keepers, is that of creating Mr. W. R. Hearst, pointing his eyes toward the White House, and endowing him with the perilous Jacksonian ambition to defile it. The Hearst is distinctly a treasure. On the whole, I have done, I think, tolerably well, and when I contemplate the fertility and originality of my invention, the queer unearthliness and grotesque actions of the characters whom I have evolved, isolated, and am cultivating, I cannot help thinking that if heaven had not made me a lunatic, my particular talent might have made me an entertaining writer. The end of A Mad World by Ambrose Bierce.
Make the Best of It, or Fairy Gifts, by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Making the Best of It. The chamber was large and luxurious. The first rays of morning stole through the window curtains of rose-colored silk and diffused an auroral hue over draperies of finely wrought lace that canopied over the bed, where a youthful mother reposed in that pleasant state of dreamy consciousness when the mind hovers delightfully between waking and slumber. The flushed cheek of the sleeping boy was pressed to her own. A fair-featured girl nestled closely on the other side. In the richly decorated cradle, standing near the couch, slumbered a babe, a very pearl in its velvet casket. So, at least, the young Cornelia thought, for she often styled these three precious human gems, worn with happy pride upon her maternal bosom, her diamond, her ruby, her pearl. Few steps had she yet taken upon the journey of life, so few the waves of time had not rolled far back into the past, the days when she had given credence to the existence of those diminutive good people called fairies, and now, in her semi-somnambulance, the half-forgotten faith washed the shores of memory again, and she murmured dreamily, "Oh, if some fairy would bestow upon them each a wondrous gift!" Scarcely had she spoken, when the rose light that tinted every object in the room changed to a mellower dye. Prismatic hues flashed fitfully through the golden radiance, gradually forming themselves into a rainbow of marvelous vividness, and as the mother steadfastly gazed, beneath the resplendent arch, a form seemed fashioned of moonlight became visible. The aerial shape was clad in an amethyst robe, its unbound tresses rolled like a mantle of molten amber down to the shining feet. Its luminous brow was crowned with a chaplet of lilies. Each lily was a living opal. Never had Cornelia beheld a countenance so touching, indescribably lovely in its holy tenderness. As it bent over her, the violet iris emitted soft rays which penetrated into her breast and warmed and gladdened her heart, while she contemplated the celestial presence in joyful amazement. A voice, like the sound of zephyrs sweeping over an Aeolian harp, charmed her ear. It said, "Your wish is granted. I am sent to accord one gift to each of these sweet slumberers." Rapture rendered the mother speechless. "Speak, what would you choose?" asked the unearthly visitant. Then the mother's eyes, which had been riveted upon that beautiful apparition, turned to the boy, her eldest born, the diamond among her jewels, and, laying her hand fondly upon his forehead, she smoothed back the tangled locks from his high, intellectual brow. Even at that light touch he started, his arms were tossed above his head, his attitude expressed disquiet, his color deepened, then paled again, his lips moved inaudibly. He possessed a nervous, ardent temperament, it was easy to divine. "Give him genius, great genius," she muttered fondly. What a delicious perfume stole through the chamber! It was the fairy's soundless sigh. "Ronald shall have genius," she answered. "What gift shall you bestow upon your daughter?" The mother gazed tenderly upon the little maiden slumbering at her side, the ruby of her carcanet. Long black lashes swept over the blooming cheek of her child. Dark, clustering ringlets waved in shining luxuriance about her snowy temples and throat. A half-smile parted the exquisite mouth. The delicate outline of a symmetrical form was visible through the white raiment. "She will be a woman. Give her beauty, great beauty," said the mother enthusiastically. "Cynthia shall have beauty," replied the fairy, and this time her sigh was like the moan of a gentle breeze, and again her breath loaded the air with fragrance, like the aroma of a crushed flower. "And what gift will you bestow upon this pearl of purity?" she asked, gliding noiselessly towards the cradle. Love unutterable beamed from the mother's eyes when they rested upon that snowdrop of infancy. As she hesitated and pondered, the fairy said softly, "You have gifted the others. Leave the choice of her gift to me." "Oh, gladly," replied the mother, "but let it not be inferior to theirs." "My gift to little Viola," responded the fairy.
is the sweet faculty of making the best of everything through life, of trials and suffering, as of pleasures and triumphs. She shall make the best." The mother half started from her pillow with an exclamation of disappointment and remonstrance. But the golden light faded, and the effulgent rainbow vanished, and the unsubstantial form melted away. The roseate dye, reflected from the silken curtains, pervaded the room as before. Cornelia was half inclined to believe that she had slept, and the sudden movement had awakened her from a delicious dream. Time passed. In a few years Ronald began to be regarded as a prodigy. His talents excited general wonder and admiration. He drew and painted with surprising ease. His musical powers seemed a sort of instinct. He was a natural poet, too, and verse flowed spontaneously from his lips or pen. Every emanation of his young mind bore the insignia of genius, and loud prognostics of future celebrity were constantly trumpeted in his ears. But his brain was taxed to the exhaustion of his vital powers, and his health grew feeble. He was morbidly sensitive, untranquil, unsatisfied, fixedly ruled by the feeling of the moment. Impulse was his guide, inclination his law. When the task he was connected with ardor began to weary, he threw it aside. He performed on several instruments, but chiefly by ear. Instruction bored him. He could not rein down his high-soaring genius with the needful curbs of arbitrary rule. Now and then he made a feeble effort to acquire skill and correctness, but was quickly overcome by fatigue, and often left the instrument in disgust. The necessity for application always disheartened him. He commenced with great enthusiasm sketches that gave great promise, but seldom finished even the best. The mood soon passed away, he said, and he could not work when the spirit was not upon him. He could not force his will, nor conquer his indolence. So with his poem, he dashed them off rapidly, in a species of poetic furor. But the gem-like thoughts, scattered carelessly through these rude inspirations, needed polish to bring out their luster, and he could not tone down, condense, elaborate. Thus his fatal faculty prevented his ever reaching high excellence. Not less remarkable, nor less attractive, was Cynthia, though her extraordinary beauty, a beauty that shone forth not merely in her faultless lineaments, her superb dark eyes, the wealth of her abundant tresses, her statuesque form, but that seemed to permeate her whole being with an unportrayable witchery, a captivating elf-like piquancy, heightened by her capricious variability of mood, by the restless grace which resembled that of a humming-bird, fluttering its gorgeous pinions before the dazzled vision. When she was pleased, what a laughing sprite she seemed! And who was able to resist her winsome wiles? But alas, she was very easily displeased, and frowns gave an impish character to her chiseled features, though, strange to say, without destroying their beauty. Yet one thing did seriously impair her charms, and that was her own evident consciousness of their power. Her disposition, under ordinary circumstances, would have been good, and her abilities excellent, but perpetual flattery weakened her intellect, and rendered her temper capacious. She experienced an insatiable craving for adulation, and was listless and dispirited if, by chance, the unwholesome food were withheld. If she encountered any difficulties in the pursuit of a desired object, she was quickly discouraged, and, without the faintest struggle to conquer the obstacle, weakly worried and wept over its existence. She could not endure disappointment in any shape. If a party of pleasure happened to be broken up by the rain, she conducted herself as though she were convinced the weather had been ordered expressly for her annoyance, and fretted all day at the unsuitableness of the atmospheric decree.
If she chanced to be engaged upon a piece of sewing, embroidery, or knitting that pleased her, and her thread got knotted, or she took a wrong stitch, or was forced to rip it out, or dropped her knitting needles, she grew vexed and pouted, and felt persecuted by some invisible agency, and was miserable for hours. Even at her toilette, when she was contemplating with only too much complacency her fair visage in the mirror, if the glossy hair she was braiding became tangled, or she found an unlucky rent in some of her clothing, or a disfiguring spot upon her dress, all her sunshine was gone. Ill humor took possession of her. She was too much out of sorts to partake of the anticipated enjoyment, and unresistedly yielded herself up to the blue devils, who always seemed lying in wait to entrap her. Little Viola was regarded by casual observers as a far more ordinary child than her brother or sister. She was intelligent, but by no means precocious. She had acquired by industry and perseverance, not by intuition. In place of striking beauty, she possessed an eminent degree the loveliness of innocence and placid contentment, of glowing health, and a gloriously developed physique, strong and untainted by her pure spirit. The more thoughtful gazer noted the softness of her deep blue eyes, the serene yet earnest expression of her mild countenance, the happy smile that ever lingered about her rosy mouth, and could not fail to remark that although she lacked the perfect grace of Cynthia's airy, undulating motions, all her movements were purposeful, as though some bright goal to be reached was ever in view. Her light, dancing step seemed the rebound of her leaping heart, her gay laughter the echo of her joyous soul, her melodious voice the vibration of harmonious chords within. Although no one called little Viola wondrously gifted, as they did her brother, or marvelously beautiful, as they did her sister, yet, little by little, all who knew her received the impression that she was endowed with some nameless gift that took the place of, or rather, that surpassed talent, some gift that conveyed a sense of superlative beauty. Viola set about every undertaking with cheerful zeal, and pursued it with unwearied steadiness. When a difficulty arose, she paused good-humoredly, carefully examined into the nature of the obstacle, threw all her might in an effort to overcome it, and, if no remedy could be found, half warbling her cheerful by-phrase, "Make the best of it," she sought out a way by which the evil might be endured. When she was deprived of an anticipated pleasure, she philosophically endeavored to substitute another within her reach. A book, some pleasant employment, arranging pressed flowers in her herbarium, adding to her scrapbook, learning a song, sketching a new picture, invariably neutralized the spirit-dampening effects of the unwelcome rain. In short, she accommodated herself to circumstances with such a skilful adaptation, made the best of the inevitable with such cheerful tact, that no passing event inconvenienced her, no chance disappointment disturbed her equanimity. As she grew older, she astonished her parents by correctly executing difficult pieces of music, which had baffled her gifted brother's skill, and completing pictures he had commenced and thrown by in despair. She inherited, too, his faculty for versification, and though her effusions were always short, the music of the rhythm, the concentration of thought, the choiceness of the language, the high finish of her verses placed them far above his more ambitious but less perfect poetic flights. By and by, her parents were startled into the admission that Viola's talents were equal, if not superior, to those of her brother, and when her sunny, peaceful face was accidentally placed in contrast with Cynthia's fretful, clouded countenance, in spite of the rich coloring and classical symmetry of the latter, Viola's was pronounced the more beautiful, exclaimed the mother remorsefully when this conviction pressed upon her. Ah, the fairy was wiser than I. She has given my Viola all the gifts in one. She shall make the best of everything, the good spirit said, and, blind that I was, I could not see that to make the best of everything was to have no faculty underdeveloped, no power wasted, to let no opportunity be lost, to be conquered by no trial, to pursue the right path steadfastly and unweariedly, to find out the use of the very roughness of the road. That blessed endowment surpasses the boon of genius and beauty, yet gives birth to both. Assuredly, no one can know how abundant are God's blessings, come they in what shape they may, until he has made the best of every one. End of Make the Best of It, or Fairy Gifts. The Married Flirt by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Married Flirt. Who calls Melinda Belmont a flirt? She is only as attractive to mankind collectively as to one especial man whose name she bears, whose domicile she graces with a regnant presence powerfully suggestive of feminine superiority and masculine nonentity. A flirt, forsooth! She will resent the title with a virtuous indignation. With a majestic uplifting of her queenly head, she will ask you whether a woman, when she honors a man by uniting her destiny with his, necessarily enters into a compact to render herself odious to the rest of his sex. Melinda had not won the title of coquette before her marriage. A handsome, high-spirited girl, striking in figure, captivating in manner, brilliant in conversation, and not lacking intellect, she married young. Possibly she fancied herself in love, or her suitor's delicious flatteries made her in love with herself, which she mistook for being in love with him, a very common occurrence. At all events, she evinced no shrewd, cold calculation in choosing among her many admirers. She neither selected Croesus nor the Adonis, but yielded, in womanly fashion, to the most ardent wooer. An eligible partner, of course. None but eligible men venture into the arena to struggle for such a prize. Probably she looked upon marriage as an inevitable necessity, the unavoidable and very endurable destiny of womanhood, and, with only sufficient reluctance to intensify her charms, she permitted the most devout worshipper to claim her as his idol, and enshrine her in his luxurious establishment, though certainly not with the potential understanding that his exclusive adoration could satisfy the needs of her soul. Melinda's marriage with Mr. Belmont, if it wrought any change in her deportment towards other gentlemen, only rendered her more thoroughly at ease with their society, more alluring, more delightful. Her sallies of wit gained piquancy, her manner acquired more perfect abandon, her beauty more brilliant expression. Always wilful and exigeante, she now grew half imperious in appropriating devotion, as though she looked upon men in general as more entirely her slaves than before she assumed the unfelt chain which bound her to one man in particular, Consequently, the willing vassals became more liberal of those sweet observances, those nameless, indescribable attentions so gratifying to a woman's self-love, because they tacitly exalt her to a pedestal, and lay such harmless tributes upon the altar of her vanity. Melinda has an understanding with her conscience, which keeps it all in well-bred, silent subjugation. The still, small voice within is dumb. Though she permits whisper words that might startle ears for which they are not intended, though she returns telegraphic glances whose meaning would hardly be translatable, though she allows soft pressure of her hand, or wears upon her proudly heaving bosom, or in the coronal braid that encircles her regal head, the flowers some favored gallant gives her, she will even close her white fingers upon a tiny note, thrust unseen into her palm. It may only be an innocent bit of poetry, it may be a few words which she must have blushed if she heard uttered, though the color that deepens into a triumphant glow upon her cheek can hardly be called a blush. An unconquerable impulse makes her desire to turn the head of every man who approaches her, literally to unsettle his mind, and her surpassing charms enable her to carry her will into execution. She is emulous to subdue to her service not one, but all. None are too high, none too low, none too great, none too insignificant, for the wide-spreading vine of vanity to twine its tendrils around with undiscriminating grasp, and claim as fostering supports. Yet among that group of adorers there is always one who is the preferred of the hour, one whom she distinguishes by claiming little services at his hands, one whom she permits to seek for what she wants, to wait upon her, to be useful to her in 1,000 pleasant ways, above all, one who understands that he must renounce the whole sex for her sweet sake, and must bask in no woman's smiles and hang upon no woman's words but hers. But, by and by, the fickle Melinda grows tired of his assiduities, discards the favorite, and indulges in all the agreeable excitements of electing his successor, who becomes equally infatuated, equally subservient to her will, and, in time, equally wearisome. Mr. Belmont, if he sometimes feels Othello pangs, conceals them too carefully ever to be classed with jealous husbands. He is virtually shut out of the charmed circle which his wife's magic draws around her. He sits at a distance, trying to look as though he were occupied with other interest, but secretly drinking in the musical rise and fall of her voice, softened to the low tone of high breeding, hearkening to the rippling gushes of her excellent laughter, listening to her sparkling thoughts, sham jewels dropped into gilt settings of glittering words, admiring the half-voluptuous contour of her form, which is strikingly displayed by some picturesque attitude, smiling inwardly at the captivating changefulness, the bewitching caprices that keep her devotees on the qui-vive to watch her varying moods, and weakly glorying in the sensation she creates, the admiration she excites. Perhaps Mr. Belmont, who is a man of some sentiment and more feeling, suppresses a sigh when he remembers that the very fact of calling this peerless being his own deprives him of the happiness of enjoying her society, even of offering her any of the little courtesies which she receives from others with such winning affability, and rewards with such enchanting looks and words.
but he would not have his best friend divine that puerile regret for the universe. Fashion, the bête noire of his imagination, would point her finger and laugh at him. Unendurable calamity. It is generally admitted that Melinda, as Mrs. Belmont, is far more attractive to gentlemen than she had been as a young girl, more fascinating than any young girl can hope to be. Yet be it understood that she is never guilty of an imprudence that would risk her reputation, or furnish tempting food for scandal. The disease that gnaws vulture-like at her heart is an insatiable craving for adulation, an unappeasable hunger that would make her barter her birthright of womanhood for flattery's mess of pottage. She would turn with righteous horror from a hapless sister who had lapsed from purity, who bore upon her bowed head the brand of shame, upon her pale cheeks the furrows worn by penitential tears. Melinda would draw aside her silken garments from the touch of such pollution. She would never suspect that the heart which beat beneath her velvet bodice was full of sin as foul, of fouler sin perchance, since unacknowledged and unrepented of, sin not brought forth into act because of her coldness, not her chastity, warded off temptation because the iron shackles of society held her in compulsive restraint. But the bondage is merely external. Place but a window in Melinda's bosom, and that rake at heart cynical Pope finds in woman will have too vivid an illustration. How Melinda conducts her household is an enigma we shall not endeavor to solve. She does not attempt to assume its rule with that matronly dignity which proclaims itself the guiding spirit of the home department, yet her domestic affairs glide on with tolerable smoothness, the wheels of the machine being oiled with lavish extravagance, with waste sufficient to save a dozen families from starvation. It has been said that the wifely face across the breakfast table is the one most likely to disenchant a husband. Perhaps Melinda has too much tact to run the risk of such a catastrophe. At all events, her husband's morning meal is usually a solitary one. Mrs. Belmont feels dull at the hour when flowers are the brightest, the birds sing sweetest, and nature's dewy eyes open their most refreshing smile. Languidly indolent, Melinda retreats into the chrysalis shell of her wrapper and quietly mopes, like any veritable caterpillar in its transition state. But when the day is nearly spent, alas, spent to what purpose? The papilla comes forth in May-Day glory, flies through a round of fashionable visits, or alights among the flowers of her drawing-room to hold court at home. Mr. Belmont returns from his business to a late dinner, and finds that some of Melinda's friends have dropped in, and have been invited to remain. A tete-a-tete repast with her husband is an event of rarest occurrence. Anything so prosy should naturally be avoided, and would it not be absurd to waste an elaborate toilette on him? However negligent her morning costume, she is now attired with faultless taste. Everything she wears becomes her à merveille. Her dress evinces the most exquisite perception of les nuances, for she never accidentally shocks a fastidious eye by the inharmonious mingling of color. At table she has more the air of a guest than a hostess, but her husband does the honors with evident pleasure. No wonder, it is almost the only occasion upon which he ceases to be a cipher, if he does not positively make a figure. In the evening she has generally some engagement. She has arranged to attend a concert, the opera, the theatre, a lecture perhaps, or a ball, or a reception. Her husband, if not
too much wearied by the duties of the day, accompanies her. But it is not upon his arm she leans.
That would be ultra, and so ridiculously Darby and Joan-like.
If perchance she remains at home, there are always plenty of visitors, principally young men, who will help her choose the evening hours, and Melinda plays and sings to them, with her eyes glancing up and down, and now and then resting upon some enraptured visitor who leans over the piano and drinks in the amorous words as though they were addressed to him. Are they not, for the moment? The society of her own sex Melinda cannot abide. She scoffs at female friendships. Talking to a woman bores her more than listening to a sermon. Caresses of women to her are positively sickening. Their tenderness, bah! It is all affectation, assumed to make them look interesting. She well knows the pretty dears hate each other heartily, and would rather bite than kiss, if they dared to be natural. Melinda is a childless wife. A child's innocent touch would have opened a chamber in her breast and let a saving angel in to tear the false god, self, from its altar. A child's holy breath would have blown away some of this earth dust gathered upon her soul and clogging all its heavenly motions. A child's guileless fingers would have drawn the wife's hand into that of the husband, and turned her face to his by the magnetism of mutual interest in one beloved object, at whose feet their sympathies could meet and embrace. Yet she rejoices to be spared the cares of maternity, as well rejoice that she has foregone salvation. Thus passes Melinda's budding spring and summer bloom. But the canker worm in the fruit has wrought decay where should be autumnal lowness. Her charms, almost before they reach maturity, begin to fleet, in spite of all the detaining arts of her toilette. Her once worshipped mirror becomes a taunting torment. Years write their record in ungracious lines across her brow, for no noble emotions, no high actions have beautified the chronicle. Inexorable time quenches the fire of her eyes, and his attendant crows leave their pressure of unsightly feet at the corners. Her features, once so finely cut, grow sharp and harsh. Her pretty petulance degenerates into irritability. Her voice has caught a piercing shrillness which strikes the ear like bayonet's point. Possibly it is a tone which makes her repartee sound so much more cutting, so less mirthful provoking than of yore. There is no longer a flutter of excitement when she enters a crowd. The men who once gathered around her stand aloof, unconscious of her presence, or hover about some younger married flirt, who has jostled her from her pedestal in Vanity Fair. Poor Melinda makes desperate efforts to lure back her recreants, but the very exertion renders her manner forced, distressingly restless, peevish, exacting. Her failing assumption of juvenile airs and graces is painfully ludicrous. It is but an awkward caricaturing of her former self. What has the weary, dreary, jaded, faded wreck of brilliant womanhood to fall back upon? What consolation, what refuge is hers? Is there none to be found in her husband's sheltering arms? No, he is tired at last of his youthful idolatry. In his own house he has never had a snug, quiet corner, and a special armchair where he might sit in dressing gown and slippers with that solace of manhood, a newspaper, in his hand, and he has gradually sought the society of men, the club room, or the card table, as substitute for the fireside of home. It is too late for Melinda to turn to him and seek, in his long-slighted devotion, repayment for the neglect of the world, too late to find herself rejuvenescent through her husband's love, as Michelet maintains that a woman may be. Her bitterest retribution comes through an instinctive but tardy knowledge that there must be a joy she never tasted in reposing upon one's true heart, without fear of change, a happiness beyond her conception, in hoping for and hoping with, in soothing and being soothed by another self, in clinging to one who needs her, whose life is incomplete without her, who makes her proudly glad in the consciousness that whatever she may not be to others, she is all in all to him. But this comfort shall never be hers, and the desolate, dethroned sovereign looks with envious eyes upon the unambitious wife, her youthful contemporary, who has never dreamed of being a belle, whom Melinda scorned for her even, unpretentious ways, but who still retains a lingering freshness, a kindly warmth, a serene vivacity, a soul-renewed loveliness, that have preserved a husband's devotion intact, and won from time-tried friends reverence, and tenderness in abundance, and now make the nonpareil beauty of other days reflect despairingly upon her wasted opportunities, her hollowed and valueless existence, and inwardly murmur, "Oh, that I could change places with her, here and hereafter." End of The Married Flirt by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. Read by Kelly Taylor. It Might Be Worse by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Bishop Hall said, "For every bad there is a might be worse. When a man breaks his leg, let him be thankful that it was not his neck." Into what insignificance a misfortune we bewailed as unendurable suddenly sinks when compared with the crushing calamity that desolates the home of a friend. The hill fire, whose far shining signal light warns an army of the approach of a foe, fades into a mere rush candle when compared with the angry jets of a liquid flame leaping from the heart of Vesuvius and threatening incalculable destruction. Beauty is heightened or eclipsed, size magnified or diminished, color changed, sound altered, the sense of pain or pleasure intensified or deadened by contrast. We were once forcibly struck by the philosophy of a friend who had disciplined herself whenever she was assailed by a crowd of tantalizing vexations or oppressive troubles to compare her trials with the severer affliction of some greater mourner, and to ejaculate mentally, "It might be worse." With that reflection came a sense of thankfulness that she had been spared a superlative evil. Patience and cheerfulness ensued, and she was preserved from falling into the common egotistical error of believing that the cross allotted to herself was heavier than that borne by any other shoulders. This friend was asked in what manner she first contracted the above-mentioned consoling habit. In answer she related the following anecdote. Her early youth was rich in promised joys and present blessings, but to this hope-blossoming calm succeeded a sudden whirlwind of trials, the loss of fortune, the treachery of trusted friends, the death-menacing illness of the nearest and dearest, her own failing health, combined with the absolute necessity of daily encountering severest toil. She had been struggling with this accumulation of sorrows for a couple of years or more. She was weary of her ceaseless exertions, dispirited, full of repining, fearful of the future, thankless for the past, and fully convinced that her fate in life was the hardest ever apportioned to mortal. She had become a total stranger to that happy philosophy which bids the heart whose sun is low to borrow a smile upon the credit of a golden tomorrow. At this period she was sojourning in a western city to which her duties summoned her. There she constantly visited a charming family at whose fireside peace and content seemed to have raised indestructible altars. But our friend says the sphere of joyous serenity by which that home was pervaded made her more impatient when she contrasted her own restless, wandering, unsatisfactory life with the calm existence of that dwelling's inhabitants. The lovely children of the hostess became much attached to this frequent guest. They flew to meet her like a flock of pigeons whenever she came, hung around her with a fondness that soothed her aching heart, and prattled about her continually in her absence. Several times, while she was talking to these beloved little ones, she noticed, half hidden by an open door, a figure that seemed to be watching her. If she moved to obtain a nearer view, the form invariably disappeared. Day after day her curiosity was excited by this mysterious presence. Politeness closed her lips, for it was hardly possible that the mother and children should not be aware of what she was so conscious. Indeed, several times, when she had related some hair-breadth escape encountered in her travels, a low sound, like a murmur of sympathy, or a suppressed groan, came from the direction of the concealed shape. At length curiosity conquered our friend's sense of courtesy, and one day she turned to her hostess and said, "You know, I am lamentably superstitious, and at this very moment my imagination is worked up into believing that there is some unearthly visitant near us. Do not think me very rude, though I fear I am, but pray do tell me who that is yonder. I can just see the waving of a white dress, and I have wondered over and over again to whom it belonged." The words were hardly spoken when an exclamation of pain struck upon her ear, and the slender form of a young girl, covering her face with her hands, was distinctly seen hurrying away. A dead silence ensued. The mother looked deeply distressed, and the children turned to her, but did not speak. "Poor Ellen!" at last she exclaimed. "What a pity you have noticed her. She took so much pleasure in listening to you and watching you." "Ellen? Who is she? Is she one of the family?" "Yes. My husband's daughter by his first marriage, a young girl of 16. She is and the speaker hesitated, and added in a tone of tender pity, "an invalid, one sorely afflicted. But will she not come into the room and be introduced, if she cares to see me? I would like to know her. Do ask her to come." "No, she cannot. She would rather not." "It would not be possible to induce her," replied the lady, with an embarrassed air. An instant afterwards she turned the conversation. At our friend's next visit, and the next, there was no dress floating to and fro behind that door, no sound which betrayed an unseen visitor. But this unknown Ellen was constantly present to her imagination. Why did she appear no more? What was the mystery attached to her? Why could she not be seen? Tormented by these interrogatories of a curious spirit, the visitor ventured to ask her hostess how Ellen was. "About the same," she replied gravely. "She is not likely to be any better." "Is her disease hopeless, then?" "Yes, perfectly so." And she conversed on other subjects. A few days afterwards the hall door chanced to be open when our friend called, and she entered the house without ringing or knocking. As she appeared, a young girl fled along the entry and rapidly mounted the stair. Surely the step was not that of an enfeebled or hopeless illness. The form was very fragile, but did not lack a certain elastic grace. The face was partially covered by a white bandage, leaving only the eyes and brow visible, a pair of frightened blue eyes and a low brow over which the brown hair was carefully smoothed. Was this Ellen? The guest told her hostess of the accidental meeting, and, taking courage, urged her to confide the nature of Ellen's affliction to one who already felt an indescribable interest in the youthful recluse. With no little reluctance, the lady complied. Owing to the death of Ellen's mother, the child was entrusted to a wet nurse. This unprincipled woman artfully concealed from the father and the physician that she was a victim to scrofula. The infant was a lovely, healthy little girl, of fine promise, but the milk by which she was nourished, diseased, poisoned her blood. Its effects culminated when she reached her 14th year, just at the age when a young maiden begins to value her personal appearance. The venom imbibed in infancy developed itself in a cancer in the nose, an affection of the throat which impaired her speech, and a disease of the eyes which threatened blindness. Her sufferings were intense beyond description. She was forced to submit to the most torturing medical treatment, and, after a time, the disease was in measure checked. Her sight was restored, her throat better, but the palate had been completely destroyed. Her voice had a guttural, discordant sound. Her nose was partially eaten away, and the disfigurement of her whole countenance was so shocking that she was barely recognizable. It might well make the beholder think, with a shudder, of the story of Acco, of classical memory, who went mad when she viewed her own hideousness in the looking-glass, and almost fear that the same fate might befall Ellen. She lived in total seclusion. She fled from strangers, and had a mortal horror of any eye resting upon her, and if she went into the street, she was so closely veiled that she could hardly breathe. She heard her younger sisters describing enjoyments which she could never share. She saw them grow in beauty, while her lamentable deformity increased. She was morbidly sensitive to her own condition, and keenly felt the irremediable blight that had fallen upon her whole existence. Constant prattling of the children about their favorite guest had awakened Ellen's interest, and she so earnestly longed to see her that, at last, with their contrivance, she had stolen from her retirement and concealed herself behind the door of the drawing-room to hear and see unperceived. After listening to this piteous story, our friend warmly entreated that she might be allowed to make Ellen's acquaintance, might behold and converse with her. The poor sufferer was with difficulty persuaded to grant this request, but at length she was led into the room by tender and devoted stepmother, who placed Ellen's hand in that of the stranger. Oh, what a terrible revealing of the possible miseries to which humanity might be exposed was this young girl's history to that stranger. Ellen's mercurial temperament heightened her affliction. She had quick sensibilities, ardent enthusiasm, a strong desire to love and be loved, to mingle with her fellow beings, to shine, to enjoy, and yet life's commonest gifts to humanity were all denied to her. Still, she was not wholly miserable. The seeds of piety, early inseminated in her mind, sprang up and bore fruit which nourished her spirit and prevented the mental starvation of utter despair. And one happiness at last was granted her. One unhoped-for friendship became hers. She quickly formed a strong, almost idolizing attachment to the stranger, whose visits to the house were henceforth especially her own. When Ellen and her new friend were compelled to part, The wretched girl threw herself into that friend's arms, sobbing violently, and caught the hand lifted to dry her tears, and placed upon it a ring of gold, with a heart in the center, saying, "Oh, look at it often. Think of me often, often, often." It was strange to hear that harsh, hollow voice, tremulous with emotion, uttering such touching words. Strange to see the dim, restless eyes so full of love and tears. Think of her often? Who could have forgotten her? The whole life of the being on whose hand that ring had been placed was changed by her intercourse with this stricken girl. As she gazed upon the simple token, she said to herself again and again, "Ellen, Ellen, what are my sorrows contrasted with yours? What are my sufferings, sacrifices, privations, compared to the dreary blank of your joyless existence? I will never dare repine or rebel again. When I think of Ellen, I will always remember how much worse my trials might have been." Ellen's devotion to her friend strengthened even until the hour of her death, which took place some years later. They corresponded faithfully, and in her letters Ellen poured out her full heart. After the lapse of a few years they met once more. The storms had blown over the head of the one. Time had soothed some of her sorrows. Success had rewarded her exertions. Many a wound had healed. Many a broken link of friendship had been reunited. But the unmitigated gloom that surrounded Ellen was impervious of a single ray of joy. She grew feebler and feebler, her sufferings and her disfigurement increased, until the joyful hour when her master bade her fling off the poor, mangled, earthly garment of her soul, and stand before his presence, robed in the eternal loveliness of her pain-purified spirit. Her memory was greenly preserved in the heart of her friend. The thought of Ellen blunted the sting of many an arrow, lifted the weight from many a burden, and taught her, with each new trouble, to reflect, it might have been worse. End of It Might Be Worse. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Nourishment of the Soul by Chung Tzu. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Nourishment of the Soul. Argument. Life too short, wisdom unattainable, accommodation to circumstances, liberty paramount, death a release, the soul immortal. My life has a limit, but my knowledge is without limit. To drive the limited in search of the limitless is fatal, and the knowledge of those who do this is fatally lost. In striving for others, avoid fame. In striving for self, avoid disgrace. Pursue a middle course. Thus you will keep a sound body and a sound mind. Fulfill your duties and work out your allotted span. Prince Hughes, cook, was cutting up a bullock. Every blow of his hand, every heave of his shoulders, every tread of his foot, every thrust of his knee, every whish of rent flesh, every chick of the chopper, was in perfect harmony, rhythmical like the dance of the mulberry grove, simultaneous like the chords of the Xing Shu. Commentators are divided in their identifications of these ancient morceaux. "Well done," cried the prince, "yours is skill indeed." "Sire," replied the cook, "I have always devoted myself to Tao. It is better than skill. When I first began to cut up bullocks, I saw before me simply whole bullocks. After 3 years' practice, I saw no more whole animals," meaning that he saw them, so to speak, in sections. "And now I work with my mind and not with my eye. When my senses bid me stop, but my brain urges me on, I fall back upon eternal principles. I follow such openings or cavities as there may be according to the natural constitution of the animal. I do not attempt to cut through joints, still less through large bones. For a curious parallelism, See Plato's Phaedrus 265. A good cook changes his chopper once a year, because he cuts. An ordinary cook once a month, because he hacks. But I have had this chopper 19 years, and although I have cut up many thousand bullocks, its edge is as if fresh from the whetstone, for at the joints there are always interstices, and the edge of a chopper being without thickness, it remains only to insert that which is without thickness into such an interstice. These words help to elucidate a much vexed passage from chapter 43 of the Tao Te Ching. See the remains of Lao Tzu, page 30. By these means the interstice will be enlarged, and the blade will find plenty of room. It is thus that I have kept my chopper for 19 years, as though fresh from the whetstone. Nevertheless, when I come upon a hard part, where the blade meets with a difficulty, I am all caution. I fix my eye on it. I stay my hand, and gently apply my blade until, with a hawa, the part yields like earth crumbling to the ground. Then I take out my chopper and stand up and look around and pause, until with an air of triumph I wipe my chopper and put it carefully away. "Bravo!" cried the prince. "From the words of this cook I have learnt how to take care of my life," meaning that which informs life, namely the soul. When Hyson, from the Kung Wen family, beheld a certain official, he was horrified and said, "Who is that man? How came he to loose a foot? Is this the work of God or of man?" "Why, of course," continued Hyson, "it is the work of God and not of man. When God brought this man into the world, he wanted him to be unlike other men. Men always have 2 feet. From this it is clear that God and not man made him as he is. I was by God's will that he took office with a view to personal aggrandizement, that he got into trouble and suffered the common punishment of loss of feet, cannot therefore be charged to man. Now, wildfowl get a peck once in 10 steps, a drink once in 100. Yet they do not want to be fed in a cage, for although they would thus be able to command food, they would not be free. And had our friend above kept out of the official cage, he would still have been independent as the fowls of the air. When Lao Tzu died, Qin Shi went to mourn. He uttered 3 yells and departed. A disciple asked him, saying, "Were you not our master's friend?" "I was," replied Qin Shi. "And if so, do you consider that a sufficient expression of grief at his loss?" added the disciple. "I do," said Qin Shi. "I had believed him to be the man of all men, but now I know that he was not. When I went in to mourn, I found old persons weeping as if for their children, young ones wailing as if for their mothers. And for him to have gained the attachment of those people in this way, he too must have uttered words which should not have been spoken, and dropped tears which should not have been shed, thus violating eternal principles, increasing the sum of human emotion, and forgetting the source from which his own life was received. The ancients called such emotions the trammels of mortality. The Master came because it was his time to be born. He went because it was his time to die. For those who accept the phenomenon of birth and death in this sense, lamentation and sorrow have no place. The ancients spoke of death as of God cutting down a man suspended in the air. The fuel is consumed, but the fire may be transmitted, and we know not that it comes to an end. The soul, according to Chung Tzu, is duly nourished and not allowed to wear itself out with the body in the pursuits of mortality, may become immortal and return beatified to the great unknown whence it came. End of Nourishment of the Soul by Chung Tzu.
The Organ by Henry Ward Beecher. From The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for Librivox by Dale Grothman. The Organ by Henry Ward Beecher. At one of his weeknight lectures, Beecher was speaking about the building and equipping of new churches. After a few satirical touches about church architects and their work, he went on to ridicule the usual style of pulpit, the sacred mahogany tub plastered up against some pillar like a barn swallow's nest. Then he passed on to the erection of the organ and to the opening recital. The organ, long expected, has arrived, been unpacked, set up, and gloried over. The great players of the region round about, or of distant celebrity, have had the grand organ exhibition, and this magnificent instrument has been put through all its paces in a manner which has surprised everyone, and, if it had had a conscious existence, must have surprised the organ itself most of all. It has piped, fluted, trumpeted, brayed, thundered. It has played so loud that everyone was deafened, and so soft that no one could hear. The pedals played like thunder. The flutes languished and coquetted, and the swell died away in delicious suffocation, like one singing a sweet song under the bedclothes. Now it leads down a stupendous waltz with full brass, sounding very much as if in summer a thunderstorm should play "Come, Haste to the Wedding" or "Money Musk." Then come marches, gallops, and hornpipes. An organ playing hornpipes ought to have elephants as dancers. At length a fugue is rendered to show the whole scope and power of the instrument. The theme, like a cautious rat, peeps out to see if the coast is clear, and, after a few hesitations, comes forth and begins to frisk a little, and run up and down to see what it can find. It finds just what it did not want, a purring tenor lying in ambush and waiting for a spring, and as the theme comes incautiously near, the savage cat of a tenor springs at it, misses its hold, and then takes after it with terrible earnestness. But the tenor has miscalculated the ability of the theme. All it could do with the most desperate effort was to keep the theme from running back into its hole again, and so they ran up and down, around and around, dodging, yielding, whipping in and out of every corner and nook, until the whole organ was aroused, and the bass began to take a part, but unluckily slipped and rolled down the stairs, and lay at the bottom, raving and growling in the most awful manner, and nothing could appease it. Sometimes the theme was caught by one part and dangled for a moment, then with a snatch another part took it and ran off exultant, until, unawares, the same trick was played on it. And finally, all the parts being greatly exercised in mind, began to chase each other promiscuously, in and out, up and down, now separating, and now rushing in full tilt together, until everything in the organ loses patience, and all the stops are drawn. And, in spite of all that the brave organist could do, who bobbed up and down, feet, hands, head, and all, the tune broke up into a real row, and every part was clubbing each other one, until at length, patience being no longer a virtue, the organist, with 2 or 3 terrible clashes, put an end to the riot, and brought the great organ back to silence. The End of The Organ by Henry Ward Beecher.
The Rescue of Pluffles by Rudyard Kipling. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rescue of Pluffles. Thus for a season they fought it fair, she and his cousin May. Tactful, talented, debonair, decorous foes were they. but never can battle of man compare with merciless feminine fray. 2 and 1. Mrs. Hawksby was sometimes nice to her own sex. Here is a story to prove this, and you can believe just as much as ever you please. Pluffles was a subaltern in the Unmentionables. He was callow, even for a subaltern. He was callow all over, like a canary that had not finished fledging itself. The worst of it was, he had 3 times as much money as was good for him. Pluffles's papa being a rich man, and Pluffles being the only son. Pluffles's mamma adored him. She was only a little less callow than Pluffles, and she believed everything he said. Pluffles's weakness was not believing what people said. He preferred what he called trusting to his own judgment. He had as much judgment as he had seat or hands, and this preference tumbled him into trouble once or twice. But the biggest trouble Pluffles ever manufactured came about at Simla, some years ago, when he was 24. He began by trusting to his own judgment, as usual, and the result was that, after a time, he was bound hand and foot to Mrs. River's rickshaw wheels. There was nothing good about Mrs. River, unless it was her dress. She was bad from her hair, which started life on a Brittany girl's head, to her boot heels, which were 2 3/8 inches high. She was not honestly mischievous, like Mrs. Hawksby. She was wicked in a businesslike way. There was never any scandal. She had not generous impulses enough for that. She was the exception which proved the rule that Anglo-Indian ladies are in every way as nice as their sisters at home. She spent her life in proving that rule. Mrs. Hawksby and she hated each other fervently. They heard far too much to clash, but the things they said of each other was startling, not to say original. Mrs. Hawksby was honest as her own front teeth, and, but for her love of mischief, would have been a woman's woman. There was no honesty about Mrs. River, nothing but selfishness, and at the beginning of the season poor little Pluffles fell a prey to her. She laid herself out to that end, and who was Pluffles to resist? He went on trusting to his judgment, and he got judged. I have seen Hayes argue with a tough horse. I have seen a Tonga diver coerce a stubborn pony. I have seen a riotous setter broken to gun by a hard keeper. But the breaking in of Pluffles of the Unmentionables was beyond all these. He learned to fetch and carry like a dog, and to wait like one, too, for a word from Mrs. River. He learned to keep appointments which Mrs. River had no intention of keeping. He learned to take thankfully dances which Mrs. River had no intention of giving him. He learned to shiver for an hour and a quarter on the windward side of Elysium, while Mrs. River was making up her mind to come for a ride. He learned to hunt for a rickshaw in a light dress suit under a pelting rain, and to walk by the side of that rickshaw when he had found it. He learned what it was to be spoken to like a coolie and ordered about like a cook. He learned all this and many other things besides, and he paid for his schooling. Perhaps in some hazy way he fancied that it was fine and impressive, that it gave him a status among men, and was altogether the thing to do. It was nobody's business to warn Pluffles that he was unwise. The pace that season was too good to inquire, and meddling with another man's folly is always thankless work. Pluffles's colonel should have ordered him back to his regiment when he heard how things were going. But Pluffles had got himself engaged to a girl in England the last time he went home, and if there was one thing more than another which the colonel detested, it was a married subaltern. He chuckled when he heard of the education of Pluffles, and said it was good training for the boy. But it was not good training in the least. It led him into spending money beyond his means, which were good. Above that, the education spoilt an average boy, and made it a 10th-rate man of an objectionable kind. He wandered into a bad set, and his little bill at Hamilton's was a thing to wonder at. Then Mrs. Hawksby rose to the occasion. She played her game alone, knowing what people would say of her, and she played it for the sake of a girl she had never seen. Pluffles' fiancé was to come out, under the chaperonage of an aunt, in October, to be married to Pluffles. At the beginning of August, Mrs. Hawksby discovered that it was time to interfere. A man who rides much knows exactly what a horse is going to do next before he does it. In the same way, a woman of Mrs. Hawksby's experience knows accurately how a boy will behave under certain circumstances, notably when he is infatuated with one of Mrs. River's stamp. That said, sooner or later little Pluffles would break off that engagement for nothing at all, simply to gratify Mrs. River, who, in return, would keep him at her feet and in her service just so long as she found it worth her while. She said she knew the signs of these things. If she did not, no one else could. Then she went forth to capture Pluffles under the guns of the enemy, just as Mrs. Cusack Bremmel carried away Bremmel under Mrs. Hawksby's eyes. This particular engagement lasted 7 weeks. We called it the 7 Weeks' War, and was fought out inch by inch on both sides. A detailed account would fill a book, and would be incomplete then. Anyone who knows about these things can fit in the details for himself. It was a superb fight. There will never be another like it as long as Jacko stands, and Pluffles was the prize of victory. People said shameful things about Mrs. Hawksby. They did not know what she was playing for. Mrs. River fought, partly because Pluffles was useful to her, but mainly because she hated Mrs. Hawksby, and the matter was a trial of strength between them. No one knows what Pluffles thought. He had not many ideas at the best of times, and the few he possessed made him conceited. Mrs. Hawksby said the boy must be caught, and the only way of catching him is by treating him well. So she treated him as a man of the world and of experience, so long as the issue was doubtful. Little by little, Pluffles fell away from his old allegiance and came over to the enemy, by whom he was made much of. He was never sent on outpost duty after rickshaws any more, nor was he given dances which never came off, nor were the drains on his purse continued. Mrs. Hawksby held him on the snaffle, and after his treatment at Mrs. River's hands, he appreciated the change. Mrs. River had broken him of talking about himself, and made him talk about her own merits. Mrs. Hawksby acted otherwise, and won his confidence, till he mentioned his engagement to the girl at home, speaking of it in a high and mighty way as a piece of boyish folly. This was when he was taking tea with her one afternoon, and discoursing in what he considered a gay and fascinating style. Mrs. Hawksby had seen an earlier generation of his stamp bud and blossom, and decay into fat captains and tubby majors. At a moderate estimate, there are about 23 sides to that lady's character. Some men say more. She began to talk to Pluffles after the manner of a mother, and as if there had been 300 years, instead of 15, between them. She spoke with a sort of throaty quaver in her voice, which had a soothing effect, though what she said was anything but soothing. She pointed out the exceeding folly, not to say meanness, of Pluffles' conduct, and the smallness of his views. Then he stammered something about trusting to his own judgment as a man of the world, and this paved the way for what she wanted to say next. It would have withered up Pluffles had it come from any other woman, but in the soft cooing style in which Mrs. Hawksby put it, it only made him feel limp and repentant, as if he had been in some superior kind of church. Little by little, very softly and pleasantly, she began taking the conceit out of Pluffles, as you take the ribs out of an umbrella before recovering it. She told him what she thought of him and his judgment and his knowledge of the world, and how his performances had made him ridiculous to other people, and how it was his intention to make love to herself if she gave him the chance. Then she said that marriage would be the making of him, and drew a pretty little picture, all rose and opal, of the Mrs. Pluffles of the future, going through life relying on the judgment and knowledge of the world of a husband who had nothing to reproach himself with. How she reconciled these two statements she alone knew, but they did not strike Pluffles as conflicting. Hers was a perfect little homily, much better than any clergyman could have given, and it ended with touching allusions to Pluffles's mamma and papa, and the wisdom of taking his bride home. Then she sent Pluffles out for a walk to think over what she had said. Pluffles left, blowing his nose very hard and holding himself very straight. Mrs. Hawksby laughed. What Pluffles had intended to do in the matter of the engagement only Mrs. Ryver knew, and she kept her own counsel to the death. She would have liked it spoiled as a compliment, I fancy. Pluffles enjoyed many talks with Mrs. Hawksby during the next few days. They were all to the same end, and they helped Pluffles in the path of virtue. Mrs. Hawksby wanted to keep him under her wing to the last. Therefore she discountenanced his going down to Bombay to get married. "Goodness only knows what might happen by the way," she said. "Pluffles is cursed with the curse of Reuben, and India is no fit place for him." In the end, the fiancée arrived with her aunt, and Pluffles, having reduced his affairs to some sort of order (here again Mrs. Hawksby helped him), was married. Mrs. Hawksby gave a sigh of relief when both the "I wills" had been said, and went her way. Pluffles took her advice about going home. He left the service, and is now raising speckled cattle inside green-painted fences somewhere at home. I believe he does this very judiciously. He would have come to extreme grief out here. For these reasons, if anyone says anything more than unusually nasty about Mrs. Hawksby, tell him the story of the rescue of Pluffles. End of The Rescue of Pluffles by Rudyard Kipling.
Storm Ship of the Hudson, From Myths and Legends of Our Own Land, by Charles M. Skinner. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothman. Storm Ship of the Hudson, by Charles M. Skinner. It was noised about New Amsterdam 200 years ago that a round and bulky ship flying Dutch colors from her lofty quarter was careening up the harbor in the teeth of a north wind through the swift waters of the ebbing tide, and making for the Hudson. A signal from the battery to heave to and account for herself being disregarded, a cannon was trained upon her, and the ball went whistling through her cloudy and improbable mast. For timbers she had none. Some of the sailor folk talked of mirages that rose into the air of northern coasts and seas, but the wise ones put their fingers beside their nose and called to memory the Flying Dutchman, the wanderer of the sea, whose captain, having sworn that he would go round Cape Horn in spite of heaven and hell, has been beating to and fro along the bleak Fuegian coast and elsewhere for centuries, being allowed to land but once in 7 years. Then he can break the curse, if he finds a girl who will love him. Perhaps Captain Vanderdecken found this maiden of his hopes in some Dutch settlement on the Hudson, or perhaps he expiated his rashness by prayer and penitence. Howbeit, he never came down again, unless he slipped away to sea in snow or fog so dense that the watchers and boatmen saw nothing of his passing. A few old settlers declared the vessel to be the Half Moon, and there were some who testified to seeing that identical ship with Hudson and his spectre crew on board, making for the Catskills to hold carouse. This fleeting vision has been confounded with the storm ship that lurks about the foot of the Palisades and Point No Point, cruising through Tappan Zee at night when a gale is coming up. The Hudson is 4 miles wide at Tappan, and squalls have space enough to gather force. Hence, when old skippers saw the misty form of the ship steal out from the shadows of the western hills, then fly like a gull from shore to shore, catching the moonlight on her topsails, but showing no lanterns, they made to windward, and dropped anchor, unless their craft were staunch, and their pilots' brains unvexed with liquor. On summer nights, when falls that curious silence which is ominous of tempest, the storm ship is not only seen spinning across the mirror surface of the river, but the voices of the crew are heard as they chant at the braces and halyards in words devoid of meaning to the listeners. End of Storm Ship of the Hudson by Charles M. Skinner.
A Talk with a Wayfarer by Leo Tolstoy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. A Talk with a Wayfarer. I have come out early. My soul feels light and joyful. It is a wonderful morning. The sun is only just appearing from behind the trees. The dew glitters on them and on the grass. Everything is lovely. Everyone is lovable. It is so beautiful that, as the saying has it, one does not want to die. And really, I do not want to die. I would willingly live a little longer in this world with such beauty around me and such joy in my heart. That, however, is not my affair, but the master's. I approach the village. Before the first house I see a man standing, motionless, sideways to me. He is evidently waiting for somebody or something, and waiting as only working people know how to wait, without impatience or vexation. I draw nearer. He is a bearded, strong, healthy peasant, with shaggy, slightly grey hair, and a simple worker's face. He is smoking not a cigar twisted out of paper, but a short pipe. We greet one another. How does old Alexei live? I ask. I don't know, friend. We are strangers here. Not I am a stranger, but we are strangers. A Russian is hardly ever alone. If he is doing something wrong, he may perhaps say I. Otherwise it is always we, the family. We, the Artril. We, the commune. Strangers, where do you come from? We are from Kaluga. I point to his pipe. And how much do you spend a year on smoking? 3 or more roubles, I dare say. 3? That would hardly be enough. Why not give it up? How can one give it up when one's accustomed to it? I also used to smoke, but have given it up, and I feel so well, so free. Well, of course, but it's dull without it. Give it up and the dullness will go. Smoking is no good, you know. No good at all. If it's no good, you should not do it. Seeing you smoke, others will do the same, especially the young folk. They'll say, if the old folks smoke, God himself bids us do it. That's true enough, and your son, seeing you smoke, will do it too. Of course, my son too. Well then, give it up. I would, only it's so dull without it. It's chiefly from dullness. When one feels dull, one has a smoke. That's where the mischief lies. It's dull. At times it's so dull, so dull, so dull, drawled he. The best remedy for that is to think of one's soul. He threw a glance at me, and at once the expression of his face quite changed. Instead of his former kindly, humorous, lively and talkative expression, he became attentive and serious. Think of the soul, you say? He asked, gazing questioningly into my eyes. Yes, when you think of the soul, you give up all foolish things. His face lit up affectionately. You're right, Daddy. You say truly. To think of the soul is the great thing. The soul's the chief thing. He paused. Thank you, Daddy. It was quite true. And he pointed to his pipe. What is it? Good-for-nothing rubbish. The soul's the chief thing, repeated he. What you say is true. And his face grew still kindlier and more serious. I wished to continue the conversation, but a lump rose in my throat. I have grown very weak in the matter of tears, and I could not speak. With a joyful, tender feeling, I took leave of him, swallowing my tears, and I went away. Yes, how can one help being joyful, living amid such people? How can one help expecting from such people all that is most excellent? End of A Talk with a Wayfarer by Leo Tolstoy.
Too Good a Housewife by Anna Cora Mowatt Ritchie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. What a lovely-looking bride was Rhoda Fielding! What a spring-like aspect she had! What an embodiment of bloom and freshness she seemed! That round, smooth face, tinted like an apple blossom, that furrowless brow, somewhat too low and narrow, but redeemed by rich clusters of chestnut curls, those cloudless eyes and velvety lips, theirs was the beauty of untried youth. Beauté du diable, as it is too expressively called by the French. Then Rhoda was so artless, so frank-hearted, so unsophisticated, just what Edmund Fielding most admired in womanhood. Charmed by the glittering surface of the stream, it was but natural that he never dived beneath, to note what shells or pebbles lay within its channel, ready to be cast up by the surging tide of matrimony. He had yearned for the first pure, uncalculating affection of a guileless maiden, and that he had won. A man of cultivated mind and highly intellectual taste, he expected to find in his youthful wife a plastic, genial, and appreciating companion. But whether Rhoda's mental attributes and the precepts instilled by a very ordinary mother had fitted her for such companionship were questions he never asked. That mother had but one distinguishing characteristic. She was a thrifty and notable housewife. In all other respects, the term commonplace described her so fully that her portrait can demand no additional touches. Rhoda was flattered by Mr. Fielding's election. She admired his tall and handsome person. She was proud of his acquirements, and the slight touch of awe with which his stately manners and evident superiority inspired her only heightened her affection, for, womanlike, her heart was stirred by an irresistible impulse to look up fondly to what was higher than herself, to love what she could lean upon as stronger and cling to as worthier. The newly married pair were starting on their wedding tour as I bade them adieu. 4 years rolled on before we met again. Rhoda was now the mistress of an imposing mansion, pleasantly located in one of our largest northern cities. The drawing-room, which I entered to await her appearance, had the air of cold luxury rather than habitable comfort. Costly chairs and sofas stood primly ranged against the walls, looking as though they forbade you to stir them. A few albums and show books were laid in a set way upon the center table, but no volume that appeared as though it were ever read was visible. Though I had called at the usual visiting hour, some time elapsed before Rhoda ascended from the lower domestic regions, where she had been occupied by her menage. She saluted me with, "I'm right glad to see you. I was so busy I didn't mind being interrupted by you." This assurance rather discomposed me, for it suggested a doubt which would not have otherwise intruded itself upon my mind. Rhoda ran on. "This housekeeping takes up so much time, you know, and I always look after things myself." I placed in her hand a bouquet of fragrant, freshly gathered flowers. "You're very good," she said, taking them in a half-careless, half-reluctant manner. There was no expression of pleasure in her tone, and her doubtful look at the floral offering communicated a secret misgiving that, had not politeness withheld her, she would have flung the odorous blossoms out the window. She fidgeted a moment, then rose hastily, and with considerable bustle procured a glass of water, remarking as she inserted the stem, "I don't usually allow flowers in this room. They're such untidy things, they drop about so, and make such a litter." As she spoke, she carefully gathered up the fallen leaves of a full-blown damask rose and threw them into the street, with an action which seems to say, "Unclean." Her mien impressed me with a fear that even thus, through over-solicitude, she had cast the flowers of her life away, and left the bare stalk of utility unadorned by the foliage of taste or the bloom of beauty. There was a working-day air about her, too strongly en evidence. Her dress was simple and serviceable, but it lacked the tastefulness which makes simplicity charming. Her hair was neatly arranged, but becomingness evidently had not been taken into consideration. With the freshness of her countenance, much of its loveliness had passed away. What remained was obscured by total disregard of accordant colors and graceful arrangement of drapery. Her olden look of frank inexperience was displaced by a careworn, fussy expression. Her buoyancy changed to restlessness. You saw at once that she magnified the most insignificant molehills in her path into mountains of trial, and veritably had become a female Don Quixote battling with domestic windmills. Just as she seated herself once more beside me, the loud yell of an infantine voice made her start up and exclaim, "That's Jim! He has knocked his head again! He's always knocking, that dreadful head of his! He'll be the death of me!" And she rushed out of the room. By and by she returned, dragging after her a robust little boy, whose shining face and moist hair testified to a recent hurried ablution. "I told you Jim had knocked his head. He's always knocking his head, or cutting his fingers, or lighting papers in the fire and nearly burning himself and his little sister up. I never get a moment's peace with the two." "Have you no nurse, then?" I asked. "Oh, of course I've a nurse, but I've no faith in servants. I never trust them. As to their having any idea of responsibility, it's out of the question." As she spoke, a neat-looking Irish girl appeared at the door and said, "Baby's awake, Mum. May I take her up?" "No, don't touch her!" exclaimed Rhoda, almost fiercely. "I'll see to her myself. Excuse me a moment." And off she flew again, with Master Jim making desperate plunges at her gown and roaring lustily as he pursued her. The interval that now elapsed seemed very long. I earnestly desired to have a pleasant chat with Rhoda, to ask her numberless questions about herself, her husband, our mutual friends, but the object of my visit seemed likely to be frustrated. At last Rhoda reappeared with a plump, cherry-cheeked little girl in her arms. She did not exhibit baby with that proud maternal delight which it is always beautiful to witness, but as though she felt overwhelmed by the cares and troubles of motherhood and quite unconscious of its joys. She told me what dreadful nights she had passed with her infants. She recounted all the horrors of teeth-cutting, described the numerous infantine diseases by which the young ones had been attacked, illustrating the effects of the various treatments by biographical anecdotes, related what difficulties she had encountered in keeping the scapegraces tidily dressed, mourned over their unreasonable proclivity to soil bibs and tear frocks, and lamented their unnatural proclivity for dirty hands and daubed faces. The history of her nursery grievances had evidently not reached its climax when Master Jim rushed into the room bawling out, "Ma, cook says she wants more butter for the pudding, and she wants you to know the coal's nearly out." Dear me, how annoying!" ejaculated Rhoda, with a face as full of distress as if she had learned of some actual calamity. "What cartloads of butter that cook uses, and what a quantity of coal she burns! I'm always talking to her about the fire. It's blazing hot, I warrant, at this blessed moment. You must excuse me a moment. I'm glad to see an old friend, you know, but household matters must be looked after. Business, as men say, business before pleasure. I'll be back in a minute." Away she went once more, and I heard her calling to the nurse to relieve her of the baby. A loud shrieking announced when the exchange was made, and that was followed by a more vigorous exercise of somewhat older lungs. Master Jim must have again indulged in that constitutional propensity for knocking his head. Then I could distinguish Rhoda's voice pitched in a high key. It sounded very like scolding, and how shrill that voice had grown! It was positively discordant, and we used to all think it so sweet. Another longer interval ensued, and then Rhoda entered the room once more, panting from her exertion. She was in the act of putting her purse, pencil, and tablets in her pocket. "You see, I put down everything I spend," she began, without apologizing for absence, "and such a time it takes me. What with the children and the servants and the housekeeping, I've enough to do. I get no time to myself." "Not even to read a little now and then?" I ventured to suggest. "Oh, dear, no. I never get a chance to open a book. Edmund does all the reading. He complains bitterly that I don't keep up with the literature of the day. Men are so unreasonable, you know, as if I had time for literature with a house and 4 servants and 2 children. But might he not read to you in the evening?" "That's just what he proposed, but I'm called out of the room so often it interrupts him, and it makes him nervous, and then I've so much cutting out and planning to do, besides sewing, that I can't listen. Then Edmund's always plaguing me to go with him and hear some lecturer, or go to some concert, or somewhere or another. But it's quite out of the question. I can't spare the time. But he can't understand it. You know, men never have any thought. He says he wishes I'd hire another servant, and so be able to go out with him now and then. Isn't he unreasonable? As if I hadn't servants enough to plague me. Then, you know, men are so selfish. Would you believe it? While I'm slaving at home, he actually goes to places of amusement without me, and he says he needs recreation. But the idea of tormenting me to engage another servant! Why, do you know, my Kate and Martha both have followers, and I had to go down yesterday evening and turn the men out of the kitchen. Of course, these followers get their supper here, and that's the reason there's always so little cold turkey left, and the hams don't last longer." Rhoda rattled on in the same strain as long as my visit lasted. The rule and guardianship of her house and children wholly engrossed her mind, absorbed all other ideas. I talked to her of our old friends. She had not seen them. She had no time to visit. I related what had occurred to this one and that. She scarcely listened to the information. I spoke of music, of which she was once so fond. Her sweet singing Mr. Fielding had especially admired. She had quite given up music, she said. She never sang except to put the children to sleep. I tried to turn the conversation to topics of the day. Rhoda might as well lived in Kamchatka, for all she knew about them. I sought for a subject after subject that might interest her, but with no success. Her thoughts could not wander out of the little narrow sphere of her household, and yet only dwelt upon its vexations, not its blessings, its responsibilities, not its comforts. Other visits brought but a repetition of the incidents of this. I saw Mr. Fielding. He looked dissatisfied, desponding, disheartened. The instant he entered the house, Rhoda invariably poured into his ears a long history of her domestic bothers, made up of complaints about the smallness of the loaves brought by the baker, suspicions that the butcher cheated, discoveries that the cook sold the drippings, vexations at the breakage of the china, followed by a minute account of the misdemeanors of the servants, the naughtiness of the children, the accidents they had met with during the day, the number of knocks received by Master Jim's head being religiously counted. and Rhoda's own fears for their health and morals. If, after a series of patient and considerate replies, her husband ventured to introduce other topics, she charged him with a want of feeling and disregard of her troubles, or else paid no attention to what he was saying. She met his entreaties that she should walk out with him by saying that she had shopping to do, and would go if he would promise to be very patient. The walk only extended half a mile down Broadway, yet it consumed 3 hours, chiefly passed in shops. Marriage had been a bitter disappointment to Mr. Fielding. He had looked for a companion, and found a housekeeper and a nursery maid. Rhoda could not comprehend that he needed the society of one who could sympathize with and appreciate him, and that men demand appreciation almost more than they desire affection. She believed herself very thoughtful of his well-being, and honestly considered that she discharged her duty towards him by keeping his house in order, no matter through what scuffing and scrambling, by superintending the cooking of his meals, and being irreproachable on the linen, button, and stocking question. As a natural sequence of his mistake, Mr. Field will, in time, seek his pleasures away from home, and grow more and more independent of his wife's society. She will feel herself neglected, and join that large band of female railers who denounce matrimony, and bemoan the miserable fate of wives in general, and their own destiny in particular. And should she be asked the reason for this change in her husband's sentiments towards her, she would probably answer, with the air of an injured saint, that it will all be because she was too good a housewife. End of Too Good a Housewife. Read by Kelly Tate.
The Two Suitors by Carolyn Wells. From The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read for Librivox by Dale Grothman. The Two Suitors by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there was a charming young maiden who had 2 suitors. One of these, who was of a persistent and persevering nature, managed to be continually in the young lady's company. He would pay her a visit in the morning, drop in to tea in the afternoon, and call her again in the evening. He took her driving, and he escorted her to the theater. He would take her to a party, and then he would dance, or sit on the stairs, or flit into the conservatory with her. The young lady admired this man, but she wearied of his never-ceasing presence, and she said to herself, "If he were not always at my elbow, I should better appreciate his good qualities." The other suitor, who considered himself a man of deep and penetrating cleverness, said to himself, "I will go away for a time, and then my fair one will realize my worth, and call me back to her." With a sad visage he made his adieus, and he exacted her pledge to write to him occasionally. But after he had gone she forgot her promise, and soon she forgot his very existence. Morals. This fable teaches that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and that out of sight is out of mind. The End of The Two Suitors by Carolyn Wells.